Good evening, everyone. Today is December 16th, 2025. It is 6:02 p.m. and we are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at our City Hall Council chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Willis, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Council, thank you all for being here. City staff and the public joining us today. Our first item is an exciting one. We are on item number 4, which is the council member oath of office for Andrea Shea King, administered by our city attorney. Ms. King, if you'd please come forward. Come on down. Yes, please. Let's take a minute or so here to get settled in. We'll pick up with our agenda. And they can't hear. And we can do them at a break even. Councilmember Shea King, welcome to the dais, and it's an honor to serve with you, the citizens of Cape Canaveral. If you'd like to share a few words, the floor is yours.
First of all, I have to learn how to use a microphone all over again. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your confidence in me, and I will do my very, very best for the city, one that I love, and it's an honor to serve with all of you. So thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the agenda in front of us. We are obviously on item number 5 now, which is to the approve the agenda as written or with amendments. I think we got some changes. I just got one here. I think we got word. Is Mr. Tony Bell here today? Wanted to confirm item number 6.2 under presentations of interviews. I think we're going to end up taking no action there, but if it's not here, we can just go ahead and pull that from the agenda and go from 6.1 to 6.3, if that's okay with the council. No one to interview. Okay. Councilmember Willis?
Yes, could we move item 11.1, Cape View Elementary, to 6.4, please?
Okay, item 11.1 to 6.4. Are there any other proposed changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I really want to give, with a couple of the agenda items that we have tonight, I was wondering if we would be better serving our applicant for Poet Laureate to move that to January, because I'm afraid that those agenda items are going to go long and he won't get the attention that he deserves. So I would like to do that if that's at all possible, because, and I hate to do that to you, to have you come back, but I really want to give him time, for, in consideration for us, and with Cape View, and also the letter in regards to the county letter. I think that we're going to end up being really stretched on time.
Okay, so this is item number 9.3.
Yeah, and it's on the consent agenda, but I really was wanting to give the ability to speak to this because we spoke last time, we asked for new work, and I don't want to cut him short.
I would ask the council, is there any concern with that, with our Poet Laureate, item 9.3?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I
Councilmember
would
Willis?
just like to ask the question, would that item have been pulled from the consent agenda?
I was wanting to pull it from the consent agenda so we could discuss it with him, because he came in and discussed it one time, and then it's on consent for this. But we asked for additional work and that sort of thing, so I wanted to speak to him a little bit more. So therefore, I would have wanted to I want to pull it from the consent agenda, number one, and thank you, Councilmember Willis. But I would also like to make sure we have enough time, because I do believe Cape View is going to end up, we're going to have some things to discuss.
Okay, so more about either postponing on a date or just tabling it until,
That's what I would like to do.
okay, I think,
Table it to the January meeting so that we can give him the time instead of just rushing it through on a consent, because we asked him to do some things for us, and I think we should give him the time with new council.
we're going to need, we can't do that. If you'd like a chance to speak, we do need to get in the record. That's okay. We just don't want to be talking, and we'll do that during public comment participation, so. Okay, that we can't, well, anything stated will need to go at the podium, but thank you very much, Luke. I am looking forward. I enjoyed the conversation last time. Like I said, I like Luke's energy, and I think, and I do appreciate what was provided. I think the item that Councilmember Willis moved forward is the biggest reason for me is obviously Cape View Elementary. Actually, both discussion items tonight are very high priority for this community. And so I understand that concern, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. I do not have an issue with it. So if we essentially, under the consent agenda item, we have 9.2 we're taking no action on, which is the appointment because the citizen is not here. Item 9.3, we will table. We are moving item 11.1 to 6.4 and taking no action on 6.2, which is the interview of that applicant and then the appointment. And that would, we don't have an interview for Luke because we interviewed him last time?
Right.
Right, okay, so tonight was just about the resolution. Now, understanding it fully, council, do we have any issue with taking that one up in January, item 9.3? Well, really, I should say item 9.3, I'm sorry. If not, are there any other changes to the agenda? I do have, as far as public hearing goes, again, back to Cape View and the time and the resources. I've had a chance to briefly go over it with our city manager. I've not had a chance to meet with our city attorney. This is going to require some time, I think, from me. I've got some questions, and if we're doing Cape View first, I'm concerned about some of the recommendations in that item. I'm talking about item 10.4. And so unless this council was really trying to move forward with that tonight, I would ask to table that one as well, or if city staff has any concern on that. Or we can just, when we get to that, we can see where we are in time.
I would be fine with tabling that.
10.4?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do it. Well, I'm trying to, I think it makes sense to get some consensus, and we could just do one motion altogether instead of individually. Is there any issue with, I'll touch base with our council first, and then I'll ask our city staff. Item 10.4, the first public hearing item, if we take that up at the next council meeting? I think we heard Councilmember Willis. Is that okay for now? City staff, I know that this is a public hearing item. Notices went out. I do not want to create more work there, but after having a chance to dig into this, I wanted to see if there would be an issue with tabling this until January.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if we're talking about 10.4?
Yes, sir.
I think staff would like to proceed with that, and I'm happy to have Director Bell speak as to why, but it is an important item. And this is the first reading of this public hearing on this ordinance. This is a significant change in our city's land development and permitting process. We do have projects underway that, certainly can benefit from this, and it's going to get these matters before council sooner, as you know, the approval process, and it's kind of part and parcel with 10.5. I think it's relevant that we keep it on the agenda.
What about, thank you for 10.5, what was the comment on that?
Well, it's part and parcel, part of 10.5 when we deal with the abolishment of the Board of Adjustment. They are interrelated, but it's more about keeping 10.4 on the agenda.
Okay, I have several questions, and I think what I was trying to do was give as much time and resources as we can to these issues around Cape View and even the other discussion item in regards to the wastewater or the water. and seeing that ahead, I think by that time, it deserves my best focus, and I think the council's best. And in the past, we've done this where we take an emotional issue and ends up coming to this point. Let's do this. Let's just hold off on 10.4 now, and when we get to it, let's see where we are and how it goes. But
Thank you, Mayor.
for that. Are there any other changes? So I'm just going to summarize the numbered items under approval of agenda. From the top, 6.2, we are not taking action on. We're adding 6.4, which is moved from 11.1. Not adding, we're moving 11 to 6.4. We're not taking action on 9.2, and we are tabling item 9.3. If council's okay with those changes, we'll look for a motion to approve as amended, assuming our city clerk's got that. Following? Thank you so much.
Make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Shoryak to approve as amended. Any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just as an offering, if it gets that critical, we can always table managers' matters. I can meet with each one of you individually to go over those items. Just remove that from the agenda altogether, if that would be helpful, to keep 10.4 on the agenda and to facilitate conversation on Cape View.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think that's 100% your call. If you want to move through them quickly or just skip over a few, I think
We
a
could
few
skip it all
minutes would
together,
be
Mayor.
worthy
I can
of-
go one-on-one with each one of you, and we've talked about some of these things already anyway. I just, it's not as important as these other items.
Yeah, I think a couple, just for the community's sake, such as splash pads, and even if it's a few minutes, going through and skipping over a few, giving at least an update on that one
Okay.
would be really helpful. And yeah, I mean, the city engineer position is great to share with the community. So I think that is, that's appreciated. Thank you, city manager. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? City clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
Or
Yes, of course, thank you. Councilmember King.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
item number 5, approving the agenda as amended, passes 5-0. Thank you. So we are now to item number 6, the first one, item 6.1, which is a certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just offer John DeLeo the opportunity to speak on this matter. It's very important, and it refers to his efforts and the efforts of his department.
Thank you, City Manager. And this, just to clarify that this is through September 30, 2024, and it says 25 there, but 2024, the previous year. But I just want to say that this is as a result of the hard work, the tireless work of what a city really needs and has is a strong finance team. Cheryl, Joey, Kelly, Donna. And without their efforts, their tireless efforts of always getting it right and watching over all the regulations, the statute, whatever, it's just so rewarding to work with a group like that. And then I also want to thank my fellow department directors who support, and the whole team that supports finance and getting us this information on time when we're doing audits. And there's so much that comes into this. So I feel blessed in my position because I have such a great team. So the kudos go out to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Every year I've been on this dais, this award's been given, and I think that is remarkable. How many years have you been with the
Well,
city now?
13 years. We got the award 30 years in a row, but it's by no means a gimme. There's a lot of things to adhere to. So, but for the last 13 years, number 13 is a pretty lucky number this year. So,
That's fantastic. Well, echoing our finance director and is coming forward here, big thanks to our finance department for achieving this certificate again for 2025.
We can get a picture with you and Director DeLea. We'd appreciate it, Mayor. And I believe we get to some honorable mention on a plaque in the hallway as well.
Congratulations, Finance.
thank you.
Excellent. We are now, with no action on 6.2, we now go to 6.3, which is an applicant interview, the Planning and Zoning Board. Miss Suzanne Rader, are you here? Please come forward to the podium, and when you're up there, our city attorney will have a few questions for you, and thank you so much.
Hi, good evening again.
Hear me?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions. First is formality. All the information in your application true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And please explain to the city council why you would like to serve on the Planning and Zoning Board, and don't forget to mention your prior experience. Thank you.
I have spent the last couple of years here in the city of Cape Canaveral, and I work for Brevard County Public Works Department, and in my past experience in New York State, I was on the planning board in my hometown there. And I like to be involved in my community, and I think that, being on the planning board is a great place to start and get involved and be a part of what's happening here in Cape Canaveral.
Thank you very much. I'll typically go through the council, kind of one by one if they choose to have any questions. And Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, let's start with you.
Welcome, and thank you for your interest on that board. We appreciate you. I have one question only. Because of the large-scale projects that I know you're working on now and have on your resume, are you good with the fact we're 90% built out here?
Yes, actually, I understand that, and I look forward to being involved in some smaller scale stuff.
Okay.
And also, the town that I served on the planning board for was also smaller, and so even though my resume shows large scale projects, I am familiar with some smaller scale stuff.
And I will look forward in the future to discussing with you how Fishkill got that name historically, because we take them real seriously. But I'm not going to make you do it with your laryngitis.
Thank you.
But thank you for your interest. We appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis?
Ms. Reeder, I won't make you talk,
Thank you.
but thank you. We've had a number of conversations, and I appreciate your willingness. And even from the conversations we've had, I know you're going to bring some expertise to this board and some experience, and we really appreciate you stepping forward and serving on this board as with the other boards. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shoryak?
Just wanted to thank you for again stepping up and being willing to help your city and serve on our Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shay King.
I won't ask you to speak either, but I noted that on your application, you have a 25-plus year career in planning and economic development, including project management of various projects and construction. We certainly can use your talent, and so we appreciate the fact that you're stepping up to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I echo the entire council. Thank you so much. Such a significant board, land use and major decisions, often quasi-judicial, and your background and willingness to serve is greatly appreciated. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's no further questions. I think we're finished. Thank you. Okay, so that completes item 6.3, and with the change on the agenda, we moved 11.1 up, which brings us, I think, as intended, quickly, see some people here, to referring to it on the discussion, 11.1, which is a discussion with Cape View Elementary. Councilmember Willis.
Yes, I know we probably got a number of people here that might want to speak, but I brought the item out so that we could discuss what the city has done. This council has been very supportive of keeping Cape View open. That has been our request, our desire. I know there's been several things done by the school board, but we also have had a number of emails come in with different suggestions, different ideas, and I wanted to put this out there so that we could discuss those ideas, but to also get the opportunity to inform the public of what we can and can't do. And I would defer some of that to our city attorney, but you know, we want to keep the school open. That would be our desire, but we also have to recognize that we have very little legal control over that. And I think we might even have our Parks and Rec be able to discuss the issue of the designation of a historic landmark as well. That in and of itself, to my understanding, would not preclude the school board from closing the school. It could be somewhat of a hindrance in other ways, but I will defer to our, I think, Molly, do you have the explanation on that, if you wouldn't mind?
So just a quick overview for it. And I pull this from a memo that I had shared with Mr. Touchberry at the beginning of it. Florida is very much a private property state. People are allowed to do with their property what they want to do with their property. So designated something as a historic landmark is largely ceremonial. It does not protect anything at the end of the day. There was a recent either Senate or House bill passed that implemented fines if things were torn down or damaged, if they had been moved to the National Registry, but that does not fit in this situation because the school is not eligible for the National Registry. So anything that we did in an effort to designate this as a historic landmark would be purely local, purely ceremonial, and at the end of the day, in order for anything to be protected, it has to be protected by the property owner themselves. So.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know if anyone had any questions of Molly.
I do not at this time. Council, any questions? Thank you, Molly.
And I wonder if our city attorney would address the legality of our position for the public, if you don't mind.
In general or regarding historic, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay, so just to follow up on staff's comments regarding local historical designation ordinances, those ordinances, when adopted, deal with the property, right? They would not affect or deal with the operational aspects of a school district. School districts have constitutional authority, statutory authority to operate, control, maintain, manage the school system, and they're obligated to do so. That's their role and responsibility. The city's responsibility regarding the operation of the school district's schools under their jurisdiction does not exist currently under Florida law because of the plenary constitutional authority of school districts to operate schools. So, unfortunately, the way that, this is set up, the city doesn't have control over the operational aspects, including closure or opening of the schools.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Member Shea King.
Attorney Garganese, what legal standing does our city have, if any at all, if the school board decides that they are going to close down Cape View Elementary?
With respect to court standing, there's some general authority out there in case law that you have to have substantially impacted interest, and those tend to be parents with children that are in school that would have legal standing in a proceeding to address school closure and issues. The cities does have like interlocal agreements with the school district. Clearly, the city has standing to address those contractual agreements between the city and the school district. But the city doesn't have any contractual agreements with the school district that gives the city any say with respect to the closure of a school. In fact, the interlocal agreement 2014 makes it clear, in my view, that while there may be some procedural hurdles for the school district to follow, maybe in notice, the school district clearly retained its authority under the Florida Constitution and Florida statutes to operate the school.
So if I can kind of reword that, what you're saying is that if the school board, the school district decides that they are going to close Cape View Elementary, we really have no option to try to dissuade that decision.
The city, of course, has political influence, but in terms of legal authority to tell the school district they can't close a school, the city doesn't have that authority.
So they have to live with the decision of the school board.
They're elected just like this council's elected, and the school board is constitutionally authorized to make those decisions.
Thank you.
I've got, I saw the emails about historical designation, spoke to some of those parties at their city manager and talked through it. And today I was able to go back and forth around some of the questions you're asking, Councilmember Shea King, about the legal side. And our city attorney had just talked about notice and procedures referencing the interlocal agreement. First thing is that I want to just clarify is, our role is obviously to make decisions for the city. We have some land use decisions, obviously here, comprehensive plan and those items. We've got a committee, a representative of that committee. And as we're kind of following along the interlocal agreement, yesterday, there was the committee meeting, which is, I believe, when the school is going to propose a closure, consolidation, they are required to notify the COC, Capital Outlay Committee, and that committee needs to submit its recommendations based on consensus, I believe 10 days before the hearing. And I think we all know the hearing is scheduled January 20th, early in December. Just a week or so ago, the school board made a decision to advertise and have that public hearing item. And so absolutely, the school board has the authority to make decisions for the school closures and attendance boundaries. We do not control that. But when I look at the interlocal agreement governing the school facilities planning, they do require coordination with local governments when school facility actions are contemplated, especially closures that directly impact our municipality, and this does. And so our city came together early November, I think it was November 4th, we met, and we voluntarily came together out of a discussion item and adopted a resolution that stated, and it was passed 5-0, that we, in a lot less words, thanks our city manager, provided that resolution tonight, that we recognize their role, and we would like to work with the school board and figure out a way to not let this happen, to strengthen Cape View, not close Cape View, to consider other options and be a good partner with the school board. That resolution was submitted to the school board and some of the senior staff, obviously the superintendent, I believe the next day by our city clerk's office.
Correct.
I had a chance to confirm this morning the recipients of that. And I think as of this morning, other than maybe an automatic reply or a basic acknowledgement from one, we did not get a response from the school board. And I did not get any emails. If maybe they could email any one of us, I just want to confirm, did anyone receive any emails in regards to acknowledging the resolution or a desire to meet? And so that was, I don't hear any, just making sure. I didn't think so. That resolution was sent. I think we all stand by it today. We're here willing. We acknowledge their authority. But that we want to be a part of the process. In that interlocal agreement, I think our city attorney summarized that there's really two things under section 5.3 of the agreement on closing a school, and thank you so much for putting it here. In that second paragraph of 5.3, under major renovations and closures, it states that when the need for potential closures of existing schools is identified in the 5-year district facilities work program, and when our city attorney wrote me back on this, he emphasized, thankfully, because you got to read carefully here, it says, or by the school board subsequent to the annual approval of the 5-year district facilities work program, the school board will convene a meeting of the COC, it's the Capital Outlay Committee we were referencing, for the purposes of reviewing potential school closures a minimum of 30 days prior to the meeting. So the meeting was scheduled for January 20th, so they needed to have this meeting scheduled. That was done. It happened yesterday, to restate. And at which an action item, continuing back to read the agreement, to consider school closures is heard by the school board. Such closure information, such closure analysis shall be based on objective criteria adopted by the school board. Based on information gathered during the review, the COC will submit consensus recommendations to the superintendent or designee a minimum of 10 days prior to the meeting at which that action item is heard by the school board. A representative of the COC shall have the opportunity to present the recommendations at the meeting of action item is heard by the school board. City manager, I think, sent, I don't know, I think we got the information. I don't know if that it was posted today, but obviously by January 10th, they would need to submit, and I think it might have even happened today. But I want to emphasize what happened, as I understand in that meeting, is we had 13 attending in that meeting. There was a few who were not there, basically one from every city. And some of the unincorporated, there's county representatives who make up this committee. And our designee showed up with the city council resolution. And these folks are planners, sometimes city managers. They're really looking at the impacts of obviously capital and any changes that the school board would make. And I want to thank Mr. Ford, Connor Ford, who represented the city on our COC, because I had a chance to read what happened in that meeting, and the motion that he made was excellent. And it did not say, hey, don't close this. It simply asked, and I don't want to misquote, but to defer and wanted more time to work with the school board. That motion did receive a second, and it failed 11-2. So 11 of the members voted against that motion. It was aligned with our resolution, and I thought it was done excellent. And a big thanks to our city manager, city attorney, and everyone who was a part of helping him represent our city as a whole. The next motion was to move forward, as we just read. It instructs here, and that recommendation passed 11-2, with the two people who supported the last one voting against, and stating while against, that motion included that whatever the school board decides, that they will work with the city of Cape Canaveral, and that the city of Cape Canaveral is willing to work with them. And so that just happening yesterday, where I think the minutes are still being finalized. There will be a person at the board on the 20th to submit that recommendation. Obviously, I don't think that's what this council wanted. But I say all that because going back to that first line of this section, when the need for closures, there's two ways. One, when it's to close a school, when it's identified in the 5-year district facilities work program. So let's just stop there. The 5-year facilities district work program was submitted to the State Department of Education in late February of this year for the year 24-25. I think that's correct. That was for the 24-25 year. In that plan, it's got a templated format from the state, and it asks about any anticipated, and I want to emphasize anticipated school closures. None were reported in that. It also asked not only 5 years, but it asks what about 10, I think 15, and even 20 years. No mention of any closures was in that document. So the first way to close a school, the fact that no closures were mentioned, city attorney, I think if that was the only way, the way I read this agreement is they would have, there's obviously another way, we're going to get to it here, and that's the way I think they're going down. But is it true to say that had they listed Cape View in that plan, they would be under the authority of the agreement and be able to close and refer to it in the plan?
The school district has the option to, the way I read this and the statute, the option to put school closure in the 5-year facilities plan. But that's not an exclusive option.
Correct. And when I checked, did they do that, the latest 5-year work plan, public record available to the state, it was not included. No schools were
Right.
mentioned as closing.
I mean, I looked at the 24-25 facilities plan, and you're absolutely correct, Mayor. It did not mention anything about any school closure anywhere in Brevard County.
City manager, I see you.
Well, no, that's correct, and they are including it in the plan that they have been unable to submit because the FDOE has not opened the website for that submission, so it'll be included in this plan. It was not included in the previous plan.
Yes, and I'm going to get, I think, to that very valid point, and that's what I expect as well. The second way, keep in reading, is it says, so if it's in the 5-year work plan, it was not, or by the school board subsequent to the annual approval of the 5-year district facilities work plan program. So that program was submitted around approved early February and then submitted. So the school board did approve a 5-year work plan. And basically this just says, as long as you've submitted one, even though that the school may not be mentioned in it, the way I understand, you still have the authority 100% as a school board to close. And that second one is the path they're going down, that from my understanding. The decision to the data that was used from the consultants on the baseline was, and I did not know this, I thought it was April, but it was submitted, it was finished and submitted to the school board in December of 2024. This is the 85-page consulting analysis that said, hey, here's enrollment, here's utilization, here's capture rate on every school, and they identified some strategic plans and things that the school can do to address these decisions and facilities. Nowhere in that document did I see anything specifically stating or recommending a closure of Cape View or consolidation or even a boundary change. They did state, you know, you can do these, you know, as a more high-level options based on very granular data. And so the school board needed data to make this decision. But I wanted to stop there. Think about that. That data was presented to the school board in December of 2024. What I don't understand is why the school board 2 months later did not state that they were going to anticipate or consider closing Cape View Elementary. They had the data. So that's the first question. Now, what can we do about it? I'm not sure, but the school board was then presented a second time that data in a different format as a presentation in April. And in that presentation, there is no mention of Cape View under the boundary changes, which I believe they're doing today. They list 8 to 10 schools in that presentation, and Cape View is not one of them. The only time you see Cape View mentioned in regards to this is, I remember the slide, it's slide number 70 in the 72 slides, or 70 whatever amount of slides. And so they've got boundary change, next steps, recommendations, and then the kind of the last one, it says other. And in one little bullet down there, you can see the consolidation of Cape View and Roosevelt. That's it. just one little PowerPoint blurb, kind of derived from some data, no recommendations from the consultant. And then at that point, we have and then at December, the school board recently voted to advertise to close, which means they had to do the capital outlay committee. But being that they had the data, I'm very confused on why Cape View was not mentioned in the school closure, because city attorney, I think they do have a responsibility in the interlocal agreement. The first one that jumped out is before submitting a 5-year district facilities work program, state law, the rules around educational facilities in the Florida Administrative Code, the statutes 163, and I won't go through every one of them, but it talks about the school board's requirement to adopt an annual 5-year district facilities program, and they have to coordinate with local governments to ensure consistency. It talks about submitting the plan, and I think the portal was late to our city manager's point, but it says it gives the local government an opportunity to speak, and it's about 15 days and respond, and I'm still trying to verify. Had that work plan, which did not mention Cape View, was it, I do not know today, but was it sent to the city of Cape Canaveral? I'm not talking about was it discussed in a COC meeting. That's separate than what the law talks about, as I understand, and I am not aware of anything that was sent to me that I could find, and I think we did find some emails that were sent, but I don't think it was related to that. And the reason I say this is it stated that this has been something that was talked about for a long time, sort of known, and statements like the writing is on the wall. Well, why just back in February was Cape View not mentioned? And had they sent it to us, we wouldn't have seen anything, but we could have at least had the chance to talk about it and contribute. So the procedural requirements on the school board to coordinate with the local government is where I need some clarity. I'm not accusing anything, but we are sort of at the center stage here because it's happening in our city. And so when we sent the resolution, that was kind of outside all this. It was the city saying we want to work with the school board. We have not got a response. I'm not aware of the school board submitting formally, as state law requires, to the city. And so one of the things in the interlocal agreement under section 2.1 talks about a joint meeting. And so that gives us the ability to meet with them. And I think what our city manager was talking about is the interpretation I'm seeing from the school board today seems to be that we will submit a work plan with no school closures as they did in February. Then they will actually vote to close the school, and then they will submit the next work plan stating that they voted to close the school. And I do not interpret that that's the intent and the purpose of, we should be involved in the work plan. We should have been given the opportunity to speak beyond the COC, the city, and this step where it says, hey, you can call a joint meeting, I think is where I would like to go. And really, the way that I read it, it says one or more elected representatives of the county. So any one of us individually up here, or really any of the elected officials, could call a meeting. Now, there's no mention on if you're required to go to the meeting. But what I want to do is potentially have our city attorney go through some of these notes that I've been working through today on, did the city have a fair opportunity to meet with the school board? I met with Dr. Rendell and our city manager in September.
Yes.
That is it. That's the only meeting, and that was really not anything that I think relates to what this is talking about. I did meet with, shortly after, our district board member Trent, who was the chair at the time, and the statement at this time and on the news and the media is we're just in the fact-finding stage. And so that was September, it was October. And so just last week, they voted to advertise, and it's moving fast. And anytime something doesn't feel right, I typically will go to the code and they're like, well, I think we should have been involved more. And so if that's true, at a minimum, I would like to call a meeting, but I'd rather do it with the support of the entire council. Any one of us could. I wouldn't just want to call a meeting. And if anyone chose, that'll be up to the school board. I think the coordination is up to the school board to schedule that. But if they're meeting on January 20th, I'd like to go back through the timeline and have our city attorney prior to that meeting go through and see if the procedures were followed to involve the city. Because we need a fair chance to explore some of the ideas and to say, we are willing to work with you. Cape View is historically significant, but also to the future, as the resolution states, of our city economic impact. And it's just, we are not Cape Canaveral without Cape View. It's a part of our identity. And so the fact that the school board did not respond to the resolution might have been their statement on their interest, or it was conflicts, or they wanted the COC to meet. Either way, time is of the essence now with the 20th. We do have the ability to call a joint meeting, and I think that's a really good idea to at least go through the and act on the resolution and get an understanding of our involvement and what we can do. Because the way I read that law, it's not that you close a school, then you notify the cities. You notify the cities because you have to, per this agreement, before you can close a school, to make sure that it's consistent with the comp plan, to make sure there's no impact. So we do have a little bit of leverage there. And I don't know if a deep dive has been done by our city attorney, but I think I can give my notes and kind of some of the things I've talked around today to affirm this. And it got, just a note, I want to make sure. If today is the 16th, if we could meet before that 20th meeting with the school board, a joint meeting, that we have the ability to do that. And it might be unsuccessful, no one may come, but at least we can say, hey, we took every step possible. And prior to that meeting, to have our city attorney put together an advisory opinion or whatever the best legal instrument is that we can have that says that chapters 163 and any other chapters in state statute, section 163 31777, subsection 2, which says public school facilities planning shall be coordinated with local governments to ensure consistency between the local comprehensive plan and the school district educational facilities plan. The coordination shall include a process to share information relating to the existing and planned public facilities, including renovations and closures, and local government plans. Also, Section 3, under that same statute, local governments shall advise. So here's our responsibility as I read it. We are required, shall advise the district school board on the consistency of the proposed educational facilities plan with the local comprehensive plan. Statute Section 101 or 101335. Each district school board shall adopt an annual 5-year district facilities work plan that is financially feasible and consistent with the district educational facilities plan. And like I said, we are supposed to be a part of that process, and I have not seen or confirmed that. The state requirements for educational facilities, Rule 6A2 under the Administrative Code, which says that the 5-year district facilities work program is treated as a forward-looking planning document used to guide facility actions and coordination. And that's where I'll stop and say, when they submit the plan, they've coordinated with the local governments and they've submitted it knowing that they can provide, and to me, they're working in an inverted manner and interpreting the code in an inverted manner. And I feel strongly about this because there's no way that they close and then you submit it in the plan after the fact. If they had the data in December 2024 that showed that school closures were happening, I don't know why it was not submitted in February for that same year. And if it was not known, what was the material change? What justified? There was no reason to put it as an anticipated school closure in February. Well, something changed. What was it? I can't find that justification, and they could amend the plan. And so I respect the school board's authority. I'm not trying to say that we can save Cape View, but we do have a seat at this table because this school is in our district. We have our COC, but they have a separate responsibility to coordinate with us. And so with that, I would like to talk about making a motion to request a joint meeting and also a separate motion that the city attorney can prepare a deep review, an advisory opinion on whether or not the city was properly involved in the process. There was talked about community engagement. There is the only meeting that I know was privately held for parents only. I was able to get into that meeting despite some of the media. At first, I was not, but as soon as it was brought to their attention that I was there, I was able to get in, but that did not make it okay. And I love that the school board met with just the parents. But just saying 3 minutes during public comment is working with the city. That's really the only opportunity. And I'm so proud of our parents for Cape View and extremely proud of the children who spoke up at those meetings. They represented our city very well, exactly as we talked about when we passed the resolution. We've asked for a willingness to meet. We have not got a response. I'm questioning whether or not they're required to meet with us because I don't think it's happened as this is all required. Thank you so much for your patience to work through that. This took up the majority of my day as I know the clock is ticking, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I'll make a motion that we request the city attorney to make that legal case, the deep dive for the process.
Got a motion. We want to make sure, you made a motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, if you, we can second for discussion. Thank you. Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Let's discuss that motion about the city attorney going through this and addressing some of these questions that we have. I've got a list of questions here. I don't want to waste any more time and read them. But it's all procedural related questions. Is there any discussion or concern about the city attorney reviewing the procedure for the school closure? And I would use it, hopefully, we would use it at a joint meeting or whatever venue is appropriate. Okay. That's the motion. We can just discuss other items, but because we had a motion, we want to make sure we handle that. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Well, I had a comment, but it's in regards to the overall situation, not just that motion. So if you want to vote on the motion, then I can make my comment.
Are there any issues? I think you support the motion?
Well, I support the motion, but I wanted to point something out. Because I think that if we're, and I support the motion, but I think this is kind of important to know because it could change the way that we have the city attorney look at this.
I think that's relevant. So
Okay.
please.
All right, so as we look at, you know, the fact that it's seemingly rushed with the meetings that were, you know, in your research, you found that the meetings were not held the way that our interlocal government agreement potentially requires. It's good to look at analysis of what's going on to determine, you know, what is this did pop up fast, and it popped up, I became aware of it into September. And so what's driving this? Is it Brevard County Public Schools driving this? Is it the state driving this? And here's the reason I say this particular comment. Indian River County has 7 schools: Glendale Elementary, Oslo Middle, Osceola Magnet, Rosewood Magnet, Sebastian Elementaries, Storm Grove Middle, and Freshman Learning Center that are either being closed or merged into schools to increase the population for those schools due to low enrollment. Hillsborough closed 5 schools in 2024, and they're currently evaluating what schools they're going to close. Broward County closed 7 schools. Orange County is merging 7 schools, and over the past 3 years, enrollments decreased by 8,300 students, with more families using state-funded vouchers to attend private or home schools. And in Florida, several counties are considering merging or closing schools due to declining enrollment and financial constraints. Orange County School is discussing the potential closure of several neighborhood schools as a response to a significant decline in student enrollment. With those, it's Union Park Middle School, Bonneville Elementary, Chickasaw Elementary School, Orlo Vista Elementary School, Eccleston Elementary School, Meadowwoods Elementary School, McCoy Elementary School. And if that consolidation plan is approved, they would close at the end of the current school year, and students would be reassigned to a new school for 26-27. Florida districts are seeing similar drops, with enrollments declining by 3,600 in Pinellas County, 7,000 in Orange County, and 11,000 or more in Broward and Miami-Dade. And that's per a recent Tampa Bay Times story that was reported. Student counts have dropped nationally too. We have lower birth rates, a rise in homeschooling, as well as the voucher programs and that sort of thing. So, but when you look at the number of these that are going through the similar thing that we're looking at right here for our Cape View, and all of these counties are doing it. So that makes me, I'm an inquisitive soul. So that makes me want to know, where is this being driven from? Is it the Brevard County Public School Board driving this? And it's a fast bus, because I just found out end of September. And why is this bus going so fast that we can't even slow down for a stop to let someone on or off? So when you look at this, has there been a mandate that has come down by the state for efficiency and for that kind of thing? Now, the other thing that I had, looking at the baseline report that was provided for us from the school district, from Brevard County Public Schools, it was talking about the schools that are growing. And it's interesting to me on this one with the observations that I made, because a lot of the areas in Brevard that have had high-density housing projects are the very areas where we're investing in public schools. More facilities, more classrooms, Viera, and we know that our population growth has exploded in those areas. So, you know, I think some of this is lining the trends up as, you know, looking at it, but do those areas that have lower enrollment, the question becomes, if we were sitting out in the middle of a rural area in Florida, would we not deserve to have schools? Because the next county over, their population is exploding, you know? But I'm seeing this. This isn't just Brevard County Public Schools. This is a trend that is going on right now with active articles all over media, not just our Cape View.
Thank you.
At the risk, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I speak? At the risk of sounding conspiratorial here, I'm wondering if there isn't a move afoot to eliminate public schools just in general for political reasons. A lot of people are homeschooling now more than ever. And you can't pick up a media without hearing about school shootings, all these events that are happening regarding public schools. And I'm wondering if there isn't a move afoot to consolidate, keep them all in one place where they're safer. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, spitballing as it were. But I'm shocked by the numbers that Congresswoman, maybe one day, Councilwoman Jackson has mentioned. That's stunning. Those figures are stunning.
They are stunning, and I'm looking at part of the strategic facilities plan provided to us from the school board, and overall 17% of the students in Brevard County are enrolled in a charter or private school or attending home school or virtual school. And I think that a big change in all of this came about after the pandemic, because guess what? We sent the kids home, and they started with virtual learning and that kind of thing. And one thing I will say, as someone that has trained professional tech people, I was a technical instructor, and in the early 2000s, we decided that techs and engineers didn't need to touch equipment. They don't need that. We can teach them online. And then after about 4 years of that, we had the worst engineers ever in that particular sector, because they didn't get their hands on equipment to fix it, and quickly changed that, So whereas we had students that were sent home during the pandemic, that is not always the most successful way to learn. It depends on the student, and the majority of students are active learners. When they're active, they're absorbing and that sort of thing. And virtual schools and things are not for everyone. But we've had an increase with 17% doing that in 2023 and 2024. And then, of course, you know, with that number, that's going to also increase, you know, or less decrease the number of students we have in our schools.
No, it is. And I mean, obviously, School of Hope, these big controversial issues, school choice, the impacts of COVID on you know, the Parents' Bill of Rights, all the things that change. We saw in the data that the school board provided, you know, that dip right after 2020. We saw some in the early 2000s and the boom and the bust in the 08. But we've seen periods where the trend went up as well. If you zoom out and go back even further than the data was provided, Cape View was, I mean, the trend line is down, but it went up a little, down, come back up again, down, it kind of flattened out, and it just took a little dip here, but it's always been above Roosevelt. And today, now Roosevelt's kind of passing, and I think, yes, there's certainly state initiatives and pressure, and I really think that we have an opportunity. There's no way that it can be that the school board votes to close a school, as they're planning to do on January 20th, and then they submit that work plan, which is required for the school. All those intergovernmental coordinations, separate of the COC, are spelled out. And so I don't think the Capital Outlay Committee replaces or supplements intergovernmental coordination. I have not received anything. We reached out, did not have to with a resolution, nothing back. And so we have a 5-year work program that I think we should have been involved in, COC and the government, and then they submit it. And so the motive, though, right, and what's driving it, those might tell, you know, color the story a little bit more and understand the forces. But I think today we've got a procedural opportunity that, as the motion on the table, is that our city attorney can look into, and maybe he's got some opinions today on it before going there. Councilmember Shoriak or Councilmember Shea King, any other general comments or
Just a
anything I said didn't make sense? Or
No, everything makes sense to me. I just have a couple of observations or questions, and that is, first of all, the demographics of our city. I think we're aging out. I don't see that we have as many families as we had, for example, when Cape View Elementary was built. There were a lot of young families here. The space program was just nascent. And the school was built for, 600 children, and we have roughly, give or take, 200 right now. So there's an argument to be made that says, well, in the future, are the trends showing that we are going to increase the children population? That's one thing. And the other is that I'm a little concerned about the rapidity that the school board has moved on this. I share your concern. What is driving this? And why wasn't this mentioned prior to their studies? And did the same thing happen in those other communities where they're closing down schools as well? Were they caught by surprise, as we are? And those are my comments.
thank you. Councilmember Shoriat?
I think another contributing factor is how many Airbnbs we have in the city. There's no place for families to live. So our supply of children is limited by that, plus the voucher program, and we're at private schools and all that stuff. Kind of uphill battle here.
And there's some ways, and even that expensive consultant report acknowledge what you said, Councilmember Shoryak, and we all know that reality. Cocoa Beach has the same problem we have. And so merge them and you'll get to 90%. I think it's like 270 students. They're both about 50%. But that consultant report made some recommendations on how to improve enrollment. And if the school board says we went down the 4 or 5 recommendations, we might hear that, but I've not seen them explore some of those ideas, and I think we are willing to get involved. And if it means resources to a certain extent, if it means just working with them, partnering in the community. My big thing is whoever was in kindergarten can go to first and they don't miss a beat, even if it changed, and you're not going to decline any child to get into this school as it is, who's a resident of our city. But some of the ideas, in addition to historical, that was presented with the folks who's been here, is looking at the magnet, looking at charter, not from the I think the side of concern with the School of Hope, but looking at opening up a specialized, focused school that would be attractive. We have marine sciences that's been discussed over the years. Kids would say, I want my kid to go to that program. Cocoa Beach has got the lab. We've got the aquarium coming to Brevard right here. That was a $140 million private fundraise with Brevard Zoo. And perhaps some conversations there with those private stakeholders in our community could come in and layer in some of the specialized and focused school programs. We obviously have the space industry. Controversial at times, right? But, we know that that space boom you talked about, Councilmember Shea King, we are seeing a trend potentially coming back, a lot of jobs. And so what if that building could be repurposed to say Cape View continues, and now we're going to actually expand the curriculum for them because we've got these private partners, potentially public partners, I'm not saying, but save it, keep it going, make it a dynamic school on arguably the nicest piece of property in the whole school district. And that presents a great opportunity. We've talked about parking revenue on across the street on that property they own at Cherry Down Park. What if parking revenue could be shared with ongoing expenses with the school? It's their property. We spend money on a lot of different things, but nothing, in my opinion, in a lot of these departments is more important than protecting the character of our city. And that residentially zoned all around the school, that 90% number, as the PTO president Rajesh had said, and anytime somebody says a number, you go and it's true. You can see the pins drop. I mean, these kids and families moved here, and I know that, they'll get on a bus, but what happens when little Timmy or Sarah get sick at school? And they normally could have walked home, or their parent could have walked over who maybe didn't have a vehicle, and just that, those things. I don't have the solution. I have ideas. I know this community has ideas. They've shared them. I think the school board, and that's what the resolution, as I interpret, is let's think outside the box. But we're staring at January 20th now, and they're going to close it. And to date, we have not been involved in that process. And so we can do this if we work together, but I would say there's no hope if the school board's not willing to do that. And so I think they have to at some capacity, and I'm not sure that was followed. And so space, marine sciences, Hospitality is obviously big here, and I think we're seeing trade schools and impacts, adult education. You got a great piece of property. You got a great partner with the city of Cape Canaveral. You got a passionate parent base, an involved community. Why are we staring 30 days out at a closure? We accept the enrollment numbers. I get it. I see it. But let's look at the trend potentially reversing. Let's look at what we can do. Let's take some of the other recommendations. And so if the city attorney, with the motion on the table, was able to go in and verify and say, yes, because the 5-year facility work program did not identify Cape View for closure, does that support the city's request for additional coordination prior to the final action? I think it does. And we haven't had that coordination. And that's it. And I know each of us up here have ideas as well, but I got some crazy ideas that are actually really exciting. You know, that's a big property, and sea oats planting and agriculturally focused schools. I mean, why are we not having greenhouses out there and the kids are going in and we're not buying our sea oats from Sarasota? They're growing them there. They're growing mangroves there. The aquarium and all of that is working with marine sciences. Parents from Palm Bay will say, I'm going to drive my child to that dynamic school. And Cherry Down Park, again, right across the street, is an asset that the school board largely owns with the county operating. We could look at making that park a revenue maker, and maybe we repurpose that to help keep this school going. So that's it. Yes, Councilmember Shorey.
Thinking long term, let's just say we did somehow manage to keep school open another year or two. Can we look into, increasing our enrollment by somehow restricting the Airbnbs or restrict them to a certain zone or something and not have quite so many? Because where are we going to put kids? Where a family's going to move to? Because if everything is trending into short-term rentals, we're kind of spinning our wheels.
We're somewhat fortunate because we have a 7-day minimum, and they passed a law not too long ago, our city attorney would say, but we were grandfathered in. And so if we were to ever, we can't make it more stringent. We can't say, no, it's going to be 21 minimum days or 30 minimum day now. We can, I think, relax it. But I think if we amended it all, right, city attorney, it's gone and irreversible.
I mean, under Florida statutes preempts municipal home rule authority regarding the, the regulation of short-term rentals. And there's limited things that the city can do. And what the mayor's alluding to is that we have a very old regulation that's been on the books that's grandfathered in on a minimum 7-day rental requirement. But the city could not prohibit short-term rental on any dwelling unit in the city, unfortunately. In the old days, yes, not anymore.
And I would like to state, I have said, and I still feel like the timing for closing this school is wrong. Okay, our state came in first just recently in foreclosures. The market is dropping, not in our areas much, but the prices are dropping somewhat, and properties are sitting on the market a little bit longer. Now, there are also a good number that you see of these short-term rentals where these people that came into our area during the pandemic, where maybe they were in areas that were more restrictive, they've bought property here, and back then we had guests all year long, every day, in and out, all day long, every day. Now the numbers are down. I've spoken to hotels; they're down like 35 to 40%. The short-term rentals are down even lower than that, and we've got short-term rental owners that are looking for long-term guests, for renters. So I do believe we're still going through a market correction, as I've discussed. I feel like this is premature to close it now. There have been cases in cities like New York City where they would close a school and sell historic property or property that was in a certain area of the city, get crazy money for that, and then only turn around later to have, because their projections were wrong, to have to purchase property again at a higher price to open another school back up. So with the real estate market the way it is, I just wish there was some way we could delay it even a year to tell what this market is doing.
Yeah, if they were submitting the work plan for the 27-28 school year, okay, that's the notice that I think you would do to close the only school in a city. But to think we're, working sort of in real time here. Councilmember Willis?
Mr. Mayor, well, we can have the city attorney look at the procedural process that they went through, which could possibly show some deficiencies in their process that, without giving false hope.
Yeah.
If they didn't follow the procedures properly, if we've got something to show them that they didn't, maybe that could possibly delay it some. But we don't know. We don't know until we look. So.
And it might be, yes, we did, but it's corrected in this simple manner. I just want to see it at the table before they make this major decision that's going to impact us, because it will be at the tipping point, as Councilmember Shoryak. I mean, that we have a lot of short-term rentals today. There's very little we can do. But if this happens, now, why does a family want to move to Cape Canaveral? They would be more inclined to move closer to Cocoa Beach because you have 3 schools there. And so Cocoa Beach, I understand, probably likes this, and I get it. And we're not saying Roosevelt needs to come here. I'm saying we can make Cape Canaveral stand on its own. I think our city attorney, I know I kind of talked through a few of those things, but procedurally, is that something maybe, have you heard anything you can address now or be willing to circle back and take a look at?
Mayor, that's something I'll have to take a look at to get a more complete and accurate, procedural history of how this whole decision-making process got started and how it's currently flowing. I don't have a complete picture, I don't believe, in any stretch of the imagination.
Understood. I think, thank you, that would be helpful. We do have the motion on the table to request our city attorney, I guess, an advisory opinion with that, or whatever, the memo, whatever.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Council just wants some legal information and advice regarding the procedural aspects of this decision-making process that the school board embarked on regarding the closure of Cape View.
And some of it you've done in pieces and kind of handled questions separately.
Yeah, I've handled a lot of one-off questions, looking at things, and also obviously looked a little bit more thoroughly at the whole historical designation issue, just fielding questions about the general authority of the school board regarding operations and closures, but I don't have a complete factual history of what's going on the procedure and notices and that may have been sent to the city or not at all. I don't know.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful. And council, well, obviously, we got the public here. We had a chance to talk about it. We moved it before public participation. But I would say if during reports, when we get through with the agenda, if we want to come back to anything, because I thought about once we hear public comment, we can come back during, I think, reports, or I don't know if we can bring the agenda back up. It's just a discussion item that you submitted. So I want to say when we move on from this, whenever that happens, after we hear public comment, I think if we wanted to come back to it, Is that appropriate, City Attorney, due to the order?
I'm sorry, come back to what issue?
We've taken this up before public participation today, and in the event the public, well, I don't have any cards, I think, specific to it, so maybe that's none, but in the event somebody does speak on it, we can come back to it, just to address anything. It's a discussion item.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
you moved it up for, discussion and decision-making, so.
Yes.
You can take the issue back up after public input, certainly. But you do have a motion that's on the floor that hasn't been voted on yet.
Any more discussion on that motion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. Motion, as stated, to request help from the city attorney on the items is passed 5-0. The next motion is or discussion, I would say, is to request a joint meeting. If a joint meeting was called by even someone from Palm Bay, which I think they literally have the authority, depending on the date, it's a little vague. I will do my absolute best to be there. You can count me in pretty much under any scenario other than an emergency or something. But would this council, hopefully, I would say if we could all be there, that'd be the best case scenario. Easier said than done, but I think we had a strong resolution, and in fairness, 2 of the members who supported that resolution are not here. We have 2 new members too, so if you would like to reaffirm that resolution, or if you have any issue with the resolution, I'd say it's a good time in the next couple weeks to look at that, and that's certainly in your right. I would like to request a joint meeting, but I want to listen to my council too. So what are our thoughts with that?
Mr. Mayor, if we're going to do a joint meeting, and before we had a solid majority that were in favor of the resolution, can I suggest that we make it and ensure all of council can be there that are in support of it, and that would have to include our clerk as well?
Yes, and I think once the city attorney gets in, he will naturally go over that 2.1 of the interlocal and kind of how the meeting, 1 or more elected representatives of the county or the city shall meet if requested by any of the parties. We got that. A representative of the Regional Planning Council will also be invited to attend. So the joint workshop sessions will provide the opportunity for the county, the cities, that's us, and the school board to discuss the board's 5-year district facilities work program, hear reports, discuss policy, set direction, and this is good, big one, and reach understandings concerning issues of mutual concern regarding coordination of land use and school facilities planning, including population and student growth, development trends, school needs, off-site improvements, and joint use opportunities. The parties can discuss opportunities to co-locate schools with the other public facilities such as parks, libraries, and community centers to the extent possible. The last sentence, a designee of the school board shall be responsible for coordinating and convening the meeting upon such request. So if we want us all there, I think it would be prudent that we try to find at least a couple of dates that would work for all of us. And maybe if that's not tonight, we could make a motion to request a meeting, and once we get in front of our calendars, we could submit that. And if our city manager can help us with that, and city clerk, I think.
Mayor, I interpret 2.1 to state that the city notifies the school district, and the school district responds, and perhaps the potential dates for meeting would be up to the school district. And as much as the council all wants to be together for that fact, there is a provision for one or more elected to attend.
And I mean, even if the school board does choose the date, I think it would be helpful to them to know, hey, no matter what you choose, right, we are all available. We would all like to be there. Here, the date, the best date, here's the next best date.
Would the council be able to consult their calendars this evening in the interest of time?
Yes. So there's two things. We want to give the city attorney
Mayor
enough.
Pro Tem says no, sorry.
I have too many calendars,
Yeah.
and two of them are sitting back on my
Certainly.
desk.
So in anticipation of direction to reach out to the school board, you can either direct myself or you, Mayor, can reach out. Perhaps tomorrow, the members of the council could present dates that they're available for such a meeting, and then whomever reaches out to the school board will have those dates in mind.
Obviously, we're upon the holidays. That's excellent. I think next week's tough, the end of the year, New Year's. I mean, really, I'm thinking if the meeting's on the 20th, want to give respect our city attorney's time and have enough time to go through and try to set a date in advance of that January 20th meeting. So, council, when we have a time to do it, those first, that week of the 5th through the 9th and the 12th through the 16th. Is what I'm leaning towards. That week of 5th through the 9th might be best, and I'm happy to make that request. I think an elected representative sort of has to make that request.
Just point of clarification on that 2.1.
Yes, sir.
The way I read that, the party itself has to make the request. So you were right at the beginning of the meeting when you said it's a decision that the city council makes because the city is the party. And, I would suggest, from what I'm hearing, that all of you as a governing body would like to participate in that meeting. So the council would have to vote to request a joint meeting with the school board under 2.1 and advise the school board that the city council as a governing body would like to attend that meeting. And then 2.1 says that it's one or more elected representatives. It doesn't have to be all of the elected representatives, one or more.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the direction the council wants to go, just make it clear that the city council is the one that's requesting
Yes.
the meeting and that the city council members as a governing body would like to attend that meeting as a body.
And perhaps you would also be the best to help us draft that request
Certainly. I'll help
So-
the manager
and make sure we're,
and we'll.
thank you.
We'll get
So
it straight.
council,
Don't we have a motion on the floor already?
We just voted on it.
Okay.
No,
we got the motion. That one, we
Ah,
dealt with that. We don't have one yet.
No, I don't think we have a
No.
motion on this one.
Okay.
No.
And
Make a motion to request a interlocal agreement meeting with the school board, city council,
Joint workshop.
excuse me.
I'll second the motion.
If I state this wrong, correct me. It's in the intent of your motion, but I think we have a motion here, Councilmember Willis, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, to request a joint workshop session per section for the
Section 2.1.
2.1. City Attorney, is that on track?
that's
works?
consistent with my thought, but if there's a second on that,
Mm-hmm.
I just needed, it was, so I just procedurally on that, the first motion that you made was really just a direction, to get some legal information and advice from me. I mean, that's attorney-client matter. This one is technically a decision that the council is making regarding request under the interlocal agreement. So public input would be required solely on the issue of whether or not the council should proceed with this request for a joint workshop pursuant to the Sunshine Law.
And so
We have to open it.
taking it Is it appropriate if we took public comment now?
Before you vote, before the council votes, public input solely on the issue of whether or not this request under 2.1 of the interlocal agreement should be made to the school board. It's not about whether or not closure is right or wrong or, procedural issues. It's just whether or not the council, before you vote on this motion to request a meeting, that's the only public input. Anything else would be out of order.
Understood. Well, council, is there any questions before we go to the public and ask that? City Attorney, you correct me if I get this wrong, but we are going to go ahead and open up public participation to seek public input solely on whether this city council should make the request for a joint workshop session under 2.1 of the interlocal agreement.
Correct.
And we ask that you please speak to that item. And I've got 2 cards. Is that for the item we're talking about now? Okay, during public participation. This is a public participation portion, seeking public input solely on whether the city council should make a joint workshop session request with the section 2.1 of the interlocal agreement. If anyone would intend to speak, please come forward. Please, Dr. Roberts, on that matter.
Just to help document our public interest in this, I think it's a wonderful idea that you're suggesting this joint meeting, and I think it speaks to something you all mentioned as part of the discussion you all had, the value of Cape View to the unique characteristics of Cape Canaveral, because as you all pointed out, we are a rural community. We are somewhat rural in our own way because we're so small, but I think it's so critical, and you mentioned this, Mayor, in the beginning, that it's a heart and soul and great part of our city. So I think that significance would come out in that joint meeting. And I think procedurally, if I could mention that, I think that's a wonderful point that you all would be making, that you were anticipating this if it had come to your attention earlier. And this is our city's way of trying to ensure our engagement in that decision-making and discussion.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from the public? Yes, please come forward. And we do ask you to state your name and Rajesh. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rajesh Ravisankar, and as regards to the City Council's joint workshop with the school board on Section 2.1, I would highly encourage and implore the City Council to have this workshop, because the Capital Overlay Committee meeting happened yesterday, and I am going to submit PRRs to get more details, because transparency is something that they're not known for. So I will provide that information. If that would, arm you with data going into that workshop, I'd be more than happy to. But thank you.
You. Other comments? Hi, Pam. Please come forward and state your name.
Hi,
please.
everyone. I'm Pam Lancaster. I want to thank each and every one of you for your support for Cape View. And I loved your comment, Mr. Mayor, about without Cape View, Cape Canaveral is just, what did you say again? It just, hand in hand, we just go together. We really do. And I'm very grateful for the input for each and every one of you council members. And I am in full agreement of getting together with the board. Will that be open for public as well, or would just be between the board and the council members?
I think we're governed under sunshine law, especially if there's 2 or more of us in the same room on this board. City attorney, I think, reasonably accessible to the public.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
sounds like it.
The attributes
Sounds like
of
it.
sunshine
Yeah.
law requirements would need to be met.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much, and we're all for it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this motion here? Hi, Melissa.
Just in case you need a decent number of people on it, I'm absolutely for the joint workshop. I really appreciate you guys putting in the time to figure out, to pull out all the stops for us. So, thank you.
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry.
Name and address, please.
Melissa Bass, 248 Coral Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to speak, please come forward. Appreciate the comments. Seeing none, we will go ahead and close public participation. City Clerk's office, did you get all of the names and the information you needed from the, I believe, 4 speakers we just had?
Yes, thank you very
Good,
much.
thank you, and thank you all again. Council, we've got the motion, we've got the second. We seek the advice of our city attorney to give the public the opportunity to give us input on whether that motion that was made should be made and that request. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. Okay, the motion passes 5-0, and thank you all for that. I cannot emphasize enough how proud I am and that it's so important to maintain our professionalism throughout this process moving forward. But as we head into the 20th, we bring our stories, we bring our emotion, and we want to have a chance to try and change the trajectory of this decision. So thank you again. We've got I've got 4 cards here for public participation. Unless we seek the public participation and then we can maybe take a break.
Yes, I'm for that.
Okay, does that sound good? If we need to take a break now, we can do that too, but I figured we could knock these out. And all right, Mr. John Benton. Dr. Shannon Roberts, moving right along. Brilliant.
Shores Drive here in Cape Canaveral. And thank you very much for that discussion. It brings up one of the points I was wanting to raise, if I could, and that's the significance of master planning and strategic planning. And I think from the residents' perspective, at least I can speak for myself and some of my neighbors that we've had discussions about the city, is it so helps us with the communications with the public, with the residents, if we had master planning almost in categories, if I could suggest that. You all had mentioned stormwater. I've mentioned accessibility for the public. Affordable housing is another issue that's so important to the community as well as other areas in the state and the country. Resource augmentation, you all talked about several ways to go about getting additional resources. So when we talk about the Civic Hub or other initiatives you all want, is to explore the opportunity to get resources from other sources. And we've talked about our relationship with the port, for example. And also walkable communities. I'm just mentioning subjects that come up if they were outlined in a format that we could see it. So it's just not piecemeal. Even if they roll over, it would be helpful to us. The historical preservation, you all had mentioned that. I'm so glad personally that the Moon Hut is now managed by Sunrise Diner because we're able to preserve that. And I don't know that we've designated the Moon Hut as a historical site, but I'm just mentioning the significance of that. And then green space, and then management improvement. You all have heard me talk about process improvement, and tonight you even talked about it. The process that the school board is using for involving local communities in something that's proposed to close the cities. And if there's a process that you all would be able to see with them to document their process, we wouldn't have gotten lost in that translation. So that's where, again, I mentioned management improvement is another opportunity for master planning on what we can do to get software, et cetera, to improve our management processes. So again, my major observation is to have a master plan for the city so that it makes sense as a whole to see where we're going with each of these different categories of initiatives, because right now I just never know where we are right now, just as a reading member of the public, listening member of the public of your residential community. So thank you.
Thank you. Rajesh?
Good evening. Once again, my name is Rajesh Ravisankar. I am the president of Cape View PTO. And I wanted to talk about the Airbnb that the council member Shoriak was talking about. Airbnb has come out and put a statement flat out that they are not responsible for the decline in enrollment, and they were pointing to the voucher program that the state runs. And the voucher program costed $4.2 billion in 2024. And it alludes to almost $8,000 to $9,000 per student in the state. So that is a capital expenditure that the board conveniently does not bring into the picture or does not want to be addressed. Again, knowing that how much they love transparency, it's very evident. And also, I wanted to talk about the Capital Outlay Committee. They met yesterday. I do not have any financials or data from that meeting. And also, the previous work session was held behind closed doors. It used to be live streamed. So again, there's no data from that work session. So I've been busy submitting public record requests one after the other, and to get more data that we can, use to strengthen our case to keep Cape View open. And another item, the Marine Research Center and bunch of other programs that would benefit the schools stay open was discussed. I wanted to, talk about a program that we spoke with the University of Florida. They have a entity called Florida Semiconductor Institute. We've spoken to them. It was me and Ms. Lancaster. We had a chat with the person who runs that program, and they are ready to train the teachers to run the program on site. So they can, they have programs ranging from K all the way through 6. So it's introducing basic semiconductor electronics to kids from K all the way to 6. So that is something that could attract talent and more enrollment at the school. And I've reached out to Lockheed and Northrop through my friends who work, and to see if there's any interest in them either running a STEM program on site, or if they can, partner potentially with the school to either give a grant that can be used towards running a STEM program, because we already have Captain Winston Scott Center for STEM at the school. So this is what we have in.
Thank you.
As planned. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Melissa Bass.
Melissa Bass, 248 Coral Drive. Just wanted to thank you all again for the work you're doing, and we're doing everything we can on the parent end, but I think that we do feel like this vote is inevitable as it stands right now, and so hopefully this work session can happen and we can gain some ground. But I wondered if, just in the interest of getting as many people to the meeting on the 20th, if there is a way for the city to advertise the meeting, or if there's a way for a citizen to submit something to the weekly update, or if there's any way that we can work together to get the word out, to get as many people to show up for us as we can. Because right now, I guess feel, as a parent, the only thing I feel like I can do is bring my buddies to the meeting. So if there's any direction there, I'd love to hear about it, but I'll be in touch about that. I know you can't talk back and forth right now. So anyway, thank you, and we got our fingers crossed. So.
Thank you. That concludes all the cards that I have at this. Oh, got one more coming up. Thank you, sir. Okay. Scott Lancaster. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Mayor Morrison, how are you? Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you guys taking the time to talk about Cape Canaveral School. My wife and I moved here in 2017. 3 of our kids attended Cape Elementary. We walked the kids there, took them every day. It's a great school. We subsequently moved to Merritt Island, but we still feel Cape Canaveral is part of our home. My wife teaches there now. And so when we heard about this possible closure for Cape Canaveral, it was totally devastating because the school, especially an elementary school, but any school within a town is part of that town, as you've mentioned before. And it's critical that it's like the heart of our community. And when there's a separate agenda or reasons why something has to get closed, it's very tough on that community because it's going to have a major impact on it. I think there's mention in here school vouchers, one of the reasons possible, Airbnb, stuff like that, decline in enrollment, stuff like that. But the bottom line is, if you look at like Arizona has the same similar voucher system as Florida does. They've lost 25% of their public school population and have closed many, many schools. So it's not just indicative of Florida. It's, many, many states are looking at these voucher programs. I'm not saying that's the only reason why it's causing decline. There's many different reasons why things happen. I understand from the school board's perspective that, you have to move money where the population is. That makes sense. But in the end, we have to look at from the community perspective as well. And it just seems like, to me, this has been rushed so quickly. I mean, we found out about it when at the end of October, November, they had a presentation for all the parents at Cape Canaveral. And it's like the decision's already been made. It's like, it's very clear. They're just doing this for the point of, to follow the transparency rules that they have in place. But, as a, former, parent for kids that went to this school, it's devastating. And I don't understand why we have to push this through. Why can't they give us a year, to review this, look at possibilities? There's no interest, it appears to me, there doesn't be a lot of interest from the school board's perspective to look at these creative ideas to say, hey, is there a way we could save this school, right? It's just like, okay, let's just make a decision, get it over with, move the money somewhere else and worry about that another time, right? And so I just feel that we just need to take a breath, step back, look at this, and is there a way that can be done? I know that they probably already made the decision. They did the preliminary vote as for it is one abstention, but for it already voted to close in the preliminary voting. It's like, why have the transparency if you're not going to listen? It's like, all we ask is just sit down, talk, listen. Is there a way we can do this? And there may be other agendas that at play. We don't know, but the point is the community needs this school desperately. I mean, it's part of the, you talk to many of the parents that walk the kids to school. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for the kids to be bused there. How are they going to do before school and after school activities? They have separate buses. I mean, it just doesn't seem to be very well thought out how this is going to be executed because it just seems so rushed.
Thank you.
So appreciate you guys taking the time to look at this. Heart goes out to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other folks who would like to speak on this item or any item? This is general public participation. Doesn't obviously Cape View's top of mind. That's all the cards I have, and so with that, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Council, that brings us back to the manager's matters. I think at this time, let's take a break. It's 8:05 on the clock. Try to be back by 8:15, and I think we'll be able to move through the rest of the agenda. So thank you for moving that forward. And yeah, we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you.
always hate having to put this stuff back. I'm really bad about that. Dawn, your agenda item was Cape View, and you're eating and you didn't bring it to share with everyone. You know the rules in school. The rules in school is if you're going to bring it for you, you got to share it with everyone. But after a long day today, I get it. Oh my goodness, that's not enough. It looks like she was baking for you though, was that the...
All righty, we'll get started here in just a little bit. Thank you for your patience and on the recess. Ready to go? Awesome. Call the meeting back to order. It is 8:22 p.m. We are just completed the public participation portion of the meeting, item 7. We are now on to a potential item 8. We discussed this earlier with the city manager. Under managers matters, information about the various projects. I had mentioned item 8.1B, just an update on the splash pad, and obviously if there's anything else, but the city manager expressed a desire to try and spend some time needed on the public hearing item. And council, city manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I can go through all 8 of these really quickly. I think item 1A, which is under facilities update, the air conditioner unit. Council may recall that last meeting we discussed the need to replace it. It fell short of the mark. We hoped it would make it all year. So by unanimous consent, the council accepted our recommendation to do so and directed us to proceed towards seeking methods of procuring the replacement and installation of the City Hall air conditioner units, and you approved spending up to $350,000 to do that of our current fiscal budget. And We do have Lisa Day here who can add some finer points if we need to get there, as she is our facilities manager and has been, she and Tim Carlisle are both here as our capital projects improvement, our capital projects director. And so to procure the replacement method, we are able to piggyback on a contract in existence with the school district, and that would be through the company Southeast Services of CFL Incorporated. And they have provided us with an estimate for two different AC units. One would be the carrier and the other would be the train version. The highest cost would be the train at just over 232,000. The carrier would be about 10,000 less than that. And we are currently doing a side-by-side comparison with those two units. We've not made a decision, but they do have the protection, the salt air, sea air type protection that we've been discussing. And we do have to do our due diligence on some software to operate these units. So we're looking at a total cost of potentially up to $270,000. We're looking at, if I'm doing the math correctly, saving potentially or spending less than what we earmarked for, maybe coming in at about $80,000 to $90,000 less than what the council has allowed us to spend. So we're really just providing you with an update and the direction that you gave us. We're sorting through those two units and the process that we'll go through to work out the software component. And we hope to make a decision soon, and hopefully by next meeting, I will be bringing you the information on when the project will start. We have some logistics to work out regarding, the site. We'll have a crane here. We're going to have to remove the old units, install the new units. There's a lot of logistics to work out. Staff has been working diligently on this project, and we'll keep you all informed. And if there's any questions, the three of us who are here can answer them. If not, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
What type of warranties, things do these new air conditioners come with?
What type of what? I'm sorry?
Warranties?
Warranties. Tim, you have the information on that? And feel free to come to the microphones up here at the table.
The warranty on both the units were a year of labor, a year of parts, and then after that for the compressor components of the AC unit, it was there's a split 5-year. I didn't really look into in detail what the 5-year was, what it meant, but I can find that information and come back to you guys.
Is that pretty standard for commercial?
It is. Yeah, because both of them had the exact same warranty. Carrier had the same warranty as a train, and train had the same warranty as carrier, so.
All right, now I'm just curious, because I know residential, they usually give you like 10 years of parts and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, with commercial, if you're dealing with anything with commercial, they chop your legs off, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that item? Thank you.
Well, thank you, then. Moving on to the splash pad. This is the process we've all been waiting on. We did open it up and run it briefly to test the electrical pumps and so forth. And we did have some more electrical work done. We are currently waiting on confirmations from the Department of Health, both locally here in the county and the Department of State. We're waiting on those inspections so we can be issued the permit. So I wish I can give a better update on that. We're at the mercy of both the Department of Health locally and at the state level, but we are moving forward with that. Nancy Hansen Center, we're entering the design phase for interior work. We're going to have an initial site visit scheduled for the second week of January. We could not move them any faster with the holidays to come and do that work give us that look-see. And we hope to come back to council with some better information on exactly what this project would entail once we get in there with that group. The concession stand, we're painting the upstairs interior, and once complete, there should be no additional work to be done on the project, and we won't be bringing this back any further. It should be done soon and be fully operational. And Canaveral City Park was mentioned earlier. That playground equipment has been ordered. We are waiting on a tentative ship date ship date beginning February, and the site prep meeting will be tentatively scheduled for mid to late January. So we are moving forward with that. Again, we're at the mercy of the equipment provider for that. We did have on the list damage to the FPL meter at the Public Works Services. We try to get an update from those folks as to what caused that. We have some, we're speculating a couple of different things, but we were alerted to it when they told us that it wasn't registering on their end, so they couldn't charge us. And so we don't know what our bill is going to be because that equipment hasn't been working, but we do have electricity out there, and we'll get a follow-up from FPL hopefully before the week's out on that. And I did want to, since we're in facilities update, I mentioned this at a recent event where several of you were in attendance, but because this pertains to a facility, we did want to make the public aware that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection did an inspection of our facility on October 27th, and based on the information, we passed that inspection with flying colors, and we are in compliance with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's rules and regulations. This was an exhaustive inspection effort. It can take anywhere from, half a day to a full day, and they were just there for just about every bit of that. This happens every 5 years. We haven't had one in a while due to COVID. Every 5 years, they do what's called a sampling event where they take random samples of what we're doing out there. And so they did that with our staff, and everything passed with flying colors. They basically 2 to 3 hours in office going through files and records and so forth, and just put our staff through their paces. And so Jessica Erdman is here, our deputy director, if anyone had any questions about that process. But we're very happy to be in compliance with that, and we'll look forward to another stellar report next year. And I just want to commend the entire staff for the work they did for that. We have a city personnel update. We didn't offer a job to an engineer, and we look for him to be starting January 12th. And once he gets on board, we'll be able to bring him and introduce him to council at that time. And all of our department heads are really wanting to work with that engineer. They have projects they want to get him busy on. So we're excited for that. We're still looking for a records management specialist. We've received a number of different applications, and we're combing through those. We're interviewing for a utilities mechanic. We have some prospects there. We interviewed one today, and so we will continue to look at that until we've determined the best one for that. While we're doing personnel, just some additional shout-outs, these are the types of things I would like to include in Managers Matters. When we do city personnel update, it's not just about what openings we have and positions filled, but we want to give a shout-out to our employees for exceptional work. And as mentioned in that prior gathering I was telling you about, we just want to congratulate multiple employees for their efforts regarding the community rating system, cycle verification. This is an arduous process as well that we went through to get insurance rates reduced. And as a result of efforts from numerous staff, our resiliency division, Abigail Holmes, and also in particular our capital improvements in stormwater, Tim Carlisle and Laura. They did a great job providing additional information, and we just are very grateful to their efforts to bring this 20% discount in insurance rates to our local residents. And we're going to try to continue to bring that down. And lastly, we did want to give a shout out to Connor Ford. He's our planner, and he was elected to the American Planning Association's Atlantic Coast section of the executive committee. And, without getting too deep into it, he'll be able to represent the city at this level and bring back a lot of information and innovative ideas and critical knowledge on how we can move our city forward from a planning standpoint. And lastly, we're waiting on information back from the Florida City County Managers Association. They have an exciting opportunity to apply for an internship grant of up to $10,000. And, so we applied. We would be putting this intern to work in our resiliency division. And we know that FCCMA is coming through those applications here during the first part of December. And we hope to hear back from them We could not apply for this if we had an existing internship program. Regardless of what happens here, we will be implementing an internship program at some point here for the city of Cape Canaveral, not just in the resiliency division, but in other departments within the city. And so that's exciting news. And that is all I have for Managers Matters, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. That is great. Council, any questions, comments in response to the Managers Matters? Very much appreciated, and some exciting things happening. Challenges, but those little progress updates on the hurdles really help. So thank you again. I think we've got consent agenda item 9.1 and all the way to 9.5. And so I think
Got to get that to me.
consent agenda, if we will typically vote all these through, obviously made some changes, but if the council would like to pull any items, please let us know. You don't need to make a motion. You can just say, I want to pull, say the number. We will then vote the remaining balance of the items through, and then we will come back and take the items as they were pulled. And so I think Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, you had mentioned the desire to pull 9.3. So we don't want to vote that into the consent agenda. Today we made a motion to essentially table that. So let's just, whenever we vote consent agenda, for clarity, just state the numbers on the consent. We are approving it once. So are there any other items? And item 9.2 as well. So right now the consent agenda consists of 9.1, 9.4, and 9.5. That would we like to pull any of those three? 9.1, 4, and 5 to discuss. If not, look for a motion to adopt.
Make a motion to adopt consent agenda 9.1, 9.4, 9.5.
Second.
Got a motion by Council Member Willis, got a second by Council Member Shoriak. Nine point one is the approval of the minutes. 9.4 is that appointment from the interview we had with Miss Mary Luce. No, I'm sorry. Did we interview her last?
We interviewed her back in May, I think.
Mary Lou Stant, and then today we interviewed Mrs. Anwriter. So, okay, just clarifying. Why are we, why are we doing did we not have it on the last agenda? Was that, we just needed to? Oh, hey, Molly. She's already been appointed as an alternate, and that's great. Well, congrats, good for her, and thank her for serving. Awesome. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Councilmember Shoriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Consent agenda items 9.1, 9.4, 9.5, pass 5-0. City Attorney, we earlier in the process, and if there's a better way to handle that moving forward, do we need to do anything else with 9.2 or 9.3? The gentleman is not here to be appointed for the TPO Citizen Advisory Committee, so no action is what I noted. And
I noted that those items at the beginning of the meeting were essentially withdrawn.
okay.
I think the TPO is not coming back, but the poet laureate will be. Is that correct?
That's what I understand.
About Anthony Bell, right?
He withdrew, yes.
Yeah, he withdrew his candidate, so at the beginning of the meeting, the council withdrew item 9.2 because the applicant withdrew. And then on Poet Laureate, the council withdrew it with the understanding that that would be placed on the January city council meeting in June.
Correct.
So no action, no further actions required for those two items.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarifying, which brings us to item number 10, item for action. 10.1 is the appointment to the Space Coast League of Cities. This is an item, typically we do this annually, the motion to consider the appointment of a voting delegate director and an alternate. So we need to make 2 appointments today to the Space Coast League of Cities. Councilmember Willis was appointed this time, I think, last year, and Councilmember Davis served as the alternate. I think the best way to go about this is find out who is interested in either, or I can come out and say that I'm excited about the upcoming TPO meeting, Space Coast TPO, and being able to be a part of that. I talked about the mayor and governmental relations. And I would say this is another important one for intergovernmental relations. However, I want to give the attention to the Space Coast TPO. And so I don't think it would be wise for me to even seek the council's consideration. So I would say I am, at this time, not interested. And if there are any other council members who are in either, maybe it's one or the other, please let us know, and that'll help us appoint. Councilmember Shoriat.
I would be interested in being the alternate.
Thank you.
Well, if there is nobody else, Mr. Mayor, I will volunteer to be the delegate to the Space Coast League of Cities. It'd be an honor to represent the city at these events.
Okay, any others?
Mr. Mayor, I cannot be the voting delegate. I've been voted to the board of directors for the League of Cities, and I'm serving as treasurer now.
So you're not able to
No,
do it
no,
due to
but
that conflict? Or,
yes,
yeah.
but now we'll have 2 representatives.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem? I think we've got one interested in alternate, one interested in
And
delegate.
I fully support them.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think one thing that came to mind, and I don't know as far as Councilmember Willis might be able to help, but with our alternates is when we come back after those meetings, if at some point, even if it's quarterly, just having some sort of update, and obviously in your capacity at the level there. And so just brainstorming ideas is, when you're the delegate, sometimes the alternate certainly should attend many of those meetings. So both of you maybe divide and conquer. One kind of keeps track of what was happening and the other is actually participating. And so when we come back to the meetings, giving an update, and I think can be really helpful. And I think anything that Councilmember Willis can provide as he's coming off that year and continuing to be involved in the League of Cities would be helpful. And obviously, we want for the Cape Canaveral, mark your calendars when that one comes up. It'd be great if we can all be. We're hosting, I think it's the Radisson again?
In April.
April. So that's typically, sometimes we'll have the State of the City done, and that makes it nice. But if not, either way, I'm looking forward to that one, and that is great. So we're just looking for a city attorney, a motion for the delegate and alternate all in one, or should we separate them? That's great.
I'll make a motion to appoint Councilmember Andrea Shea King as the primary Florida League of Cities representative with Councilmember Shoriak as the alternate or backup.
Correction, that is the Space Coast League of Cities.
Oh, thank you. Space Coast League of Cities.
We good? Okay.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? I just want to say thank you again. Thank you both. I'm looking forward to it'd be an excellent experience too, coming right in.
That's what I
and
think too.
meeting. You know, you learn so much talking to other folks who are in the same position, and they're obviously tackling issues that impact cities. So appreciative of the league, and that's it. City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Councilmember Shoriak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, the appointments for the voting delegate and alternate passes 5-0. Congrats. Now we move on to item 10.2, which is a resolution 2025-22 Brevard County Hazard Mitigation Plan adoption. That plan was provided. And so before, I guess, making a motion, City Manager, is there anything we need to highlight here or go over?
Well, the plan has been sent to the Florida Division of Emergency Management and approved by them. We helped develop it as a municipality, and we have the, if we want to get any money from FEMA and be eligible, but Tamsin Bell is here to answer any questions that you have. Her division oversaw this process, her department.
Council, any questions for staff on the resolution? Seeing none. Tamsin, is there anything you'd like to share? Sorry, I looked up and you were turning.
City manager captured it. We need to have it in place in order to apply for funding and be eligible for from FEMA and other sources. So, yeah, thanks.
That's great. Thank you. If they offer the expedited FEMA plan, can we upgrade to that one? Because I know it can be slow.
Yep.
But thank you. All right. We just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-22.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, second by Councilmember Willis to adopt resolution 2025-22. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Councilmember Shoriak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Resolution 2025-22 passes 5-0. Thank you. We are now on to item 10.3, which is a joint workshop with the Culture and Leisure Services Advisory Board and City Council. The proposed motion to consider coordinating this joint workshop with the Culture and Leisure Services Advisory Board to discuss acceptance of a third-party insurance compensation at the community center. I'll let our city manager highlight anything or whomever.
Absolutely. This refers to the programs that insurance providers offer their members, where they can pay directly into that to their provider for use of our facility, and then we get a portion of that fee. Molly Thomas oversees that department. She's here to give you a brief synopsis of the importance of this item. And Molly, you have the floor.
Most of the importance of the item is kind of spelled out in the agenda item itself, and what's actually being presented here to discuss is really just the council expressed their willingness to meet with our board, and we identified a series of dates in January, but given the developments earlier in this meeting, we might want to consider other dates in the future as not to impede with anything that the school board might bring to the table, because I confirmed with Tamsin that the next meeting is January 20th, and if we select a date for this meeting before then, we might either have to cancel it because I would assume that the school board issue would take precedent. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed from here.
Got it. That makes sense.
And out of the mercy for our city clerk's office, we might just want to consider another month because there's only 2 dates after that school board meeting that were considered, and that's the 21st and the 22nd, which are the 2 days immediately preceding the January council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So this is very helpful. So basically, we're saying,
We want to have a meeting, we just need to figure out when.
and you're thinking February might be the better.
In the event that the school board actually will entertain us.
The thing that we'll have to do is go back to the advisory board and get prospective dates from the members
Yeah.
and present those dates to the council. The question is what manner do we present those dates to the council to get your consensus on when to meet in a workshop? Or this thing gets tabled completely until the February meeting for discussion.
And my board meets at the end of January. So, I mean, we send out polls the same way that council does when you guys need to have special meetings. So we can do it as a poll or we can have it as an agenda item at our upcoming meeting. So in any case, it's a easily addressed issue.
I think it might eliminate a step, though. I mean, if we were able to give at least a few availability that you would go to that meeting with at least our side, so we don't have to come back to the council.
Great
Is that-
idea.
I'm
If
fine
we
with
could-
February as long as that doesn't create any issues.
Yeah, why can't we just use the form that we have, that we use if we're with several options, once you know what those options are, where we can respond? Because I don't have all my calendars up here.
I understand.
I'm an issue tonight, I'm sorry.
I have many calendars too, so I sympathize.
Mr. Mayor?
And if something's not on it, it doesn't happen.
Mr. Mayor, would these meetings be in the evening?
Good question. I think,
Typically, our board meets around 5:30, so they would be late afternoon, evenings.
Okay, thank you.
and you said late January is the next board meeting?
Yeah, we're the last Thursday of the month in January, which I believe is the 28th, 29th.
Okay.
So we have time to identify opportunities for that as well.
I just want to throw this out here. That January
them.
22nd meeting,
I see you were even, yeah.
I think that clearly the goal, if you had that prior to that meeting, well, I guess that's irrelevant. We've already met with them.
If we did something on the 22nd, the agenda would have had to have been published for that upcoming meeting. I mean, we can do an add-on item, but that kind of complicates things, especially if there's research involved. Because our hope with this meeting is to come out not with necessarily set in stone answers, but guidance from what this council wants us to do. So there will be homework assignments for us, not just staff, but also the board following this workshop.
And I don't think I've watched them all, but these conversations have been happening at those meetings.
For a
And I
while.
think as far as you mentioned homework, it would be good to go back, I think, would you agree, if the council members choose and watch some of those meetings where these issues were presented and discussed and?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Also, all the minutes are available on Laserfish. And the bottom line of this is we don't want to continue reviewing and passing resolutions for fee schedules when we need to look at a bigger picture. And if with the guidance that the council can provide, with the input from our board, we can come up with an actual fee schedule strategy that can take into account everybody's needs and everybody's wishes in conjunction with this. That way it's not back and forth, because Anthony's tired of all my resolutions. I'm paraphrasing.
Well, maybe we can come up with a resolution for that, too. I think, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, if we can send out, if we can't, that format, if that works, I guess we can just wait till, have a chance to distribute that in dates that work for us in February. Is that what we're okay with? So I think that's great.
I have one question.
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt you. So Molly, this involves like silver sneakers and that
Yes.
conversation that
Yep.
we've had. And knowing that we have our snowbirds coming into town, is this something that we would, I don't know how long it would take to set up the changes as we had decide as council if there were changes.
Months.
So months. Okay. So worrying about our snowbirds now and this program, we don't need to worry about that.
No, it'll have no impact on that at all.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was
Each of the different companies have their own different schedule, like fiscal years. So we're already kind of approaching that anyway. So whatever change we would make, not just in respect of the companies that we work with, but out of respect for the residents that utilize these programs, it would only be fair to do this on a timely manner so that it's not yanking a rug out from underneath anyone.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Any other questions? I think we're just not going to just take no action on this tonight, and we'll
Well,
come
who's
back.
going to initiate the date process?
I would do that with my board.
Okay. You'll get us some dates and we'll pass them on to the council. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you, City Manager. I think we got it, I should say, a Culture and Leisure Services Director who wears many hats, and I'm looking forward to that. I know that problem. I had a resident come up to me the other day and bring it up, so thank you. And we did another joint workshop with P&Z, and it was a really good, doesn't happen often, so I'm looking forward to that. Alrighty, so we just finished up 10.3, took no action, which brings us to, well, before we go to that, something just came in my head. I'll save it for reports, actually, but it is related to January 20th. I'll say it. That school board meeting's on the 20th. We have a council meeting on the 20th. And I don't know what the reserve date is, but I'll bring it up at reports, planting that seed. Public hearing item 10.4 is a first reading and public hearing. City Attorney.
Okay, this is the first reading of ordinance 08-2025, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, relating to the city's land development and permitting processes, amending Chapter 110 zoning of the city code to revise the site plan review and approval procedures, providing for the streamlining of the increased building height approval process under Section 110-624 to require concurrent consideration and approval by the city council during site plan review, amending Chapter 22 regarding the Community Appearance Board to revise the application review process, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code severability, and an effective date. So this is first reading, also a public hearing item. It was also recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously. So to just talk about this at a very high level, the City Council gave explicit direction to streamline the city's development review procedures. The council also gave explicit direction that the City Council wanted to take on the role and responsibility of approval of the site plans. So from a general big picture standpoint, this ordinance, as well as the subsequent ordinance that we're going to consider on Board of Adjustment, is all intended to streamline the site plan and development review process, and to assign the approval function, to the extent permitted by law, to the city council. So to do all of this, all the provisions of the city code are being reviewed, and we are modifying the language to try to make the development permit process as seamless as possible for developers. So rather than decisions being made independently in silos, related development permit decisions will be made, can be made concurrently together and brought to the city council for consideration, public hearing, comprehensive review of the entire development project, and at the end of the day, it's the city council that has the final decision regarding the development permits. So that's the big picture. Obviously, there's a lot of language changes here that were made. I can go through it section by section if you prefer, or I could just answer specific questions. I know, Mary, you indicated you had some questions. I'd be happy to entertain the questions first, too. That may just result in, addressing, the ordinance more comprehensively. It's up to the council.
Yeah, I think, well, council?
At this point, I'm learning how to use this microphone. No, I'm interested in hearing what the council has to say about this. Being new to this particular aspect, I'm very interested to hear what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
This was a result of an agenda item that I brought forward, I guess it was in September or so, where we're trying to streamline processes within our building group. And currently, we had situations where someone would come in and they'd have to go to the community appearance board to get a height variance. Then they would have to go to, other board, planning and zoning, and then they may have to go to the adjustment board and all of these things. And when I brought this to council, we're 90% built out in our city. And so literally it makes more sense for city council to be making those decisions as things are built out because of our concentration of developed properties here. So this was as a result of that and working with our city attorney and working with staff who's jumped in and the city manager who's jumped in. So I personally am in full support of this. It makes sense that we bring any variances to city council. It also gives our citizens the ability to hold an elected official accountable because we are almost built out. We're at 90%. So we need to be responsible in hearing what our citizens want and working with them as we develop our community.
Great, thank you for that explanation. And I do remember when these initiated, some of my comments, I can tell you what you just talked about, I like those elements. I think that given to the council is a no-brainer. And anything that can streamline, I think is good. First, having a new council and the history of this, as Councilmember Shea King pointed out and Councilmember Shoryak, there's a lot of other changes in there too that are even beyond streamlining, and I think there was some vagueness and issues of clarity that were separate from what I call streamlining and council authority. One of the questions I have is it was stated that I think the board of the next public hearing item that we're going to be taking up, is that item 10 point, what is it? 5, thank you. Is that dependent on this passing, or could 10.5 move forward without this, theoretically? Or do we need this?
Yeah, I mean, 10.5 can move forward independently, but the council would be assigning the duties and functions of the Board of Adjustment to itself if that ordinance gets adopted, and all you would be doing is shuffling the silo from one board to another. Absent a consolidation of the development permit process through the site plan process, you're not going to achieve the objective. And I can't just sit here and just explain 35 years of municipal law and development permit law to all of you, but what's driving the concurrent consolidation and streamlining is the site plan ordinance. You could move forward with the Board of Adjustment, assigning the duties to council, but you would just become the same silo that the Board of Adjustment is. You will not be able to deal with things comprehensively because your site plan process goes in a totally different direction. And special exceptions, variances that are in the function of the Board of Adjustment are just many times one small component of the overall project. Site plan, as you know, is the most, probably the most critical development permit for a development project.
That's great. When we get to that item, I do think that the governing body being the council on those major Board of Adjustment decisions is the right move, but I hear you loud and clear, City Attorney, on you're still operating in that capacity with a process that needs to be improved and streamlined. And so I respect that. I just wanted to clarify that if it was dependent on it, that I think complementary to when you're looking at the whole process. Some of the things that come to mind, well, I think if you, or City Attorney, if you could please maybe give us an overview, and this is a public hearing item, where I think technical questions in general. Senate Bill 180 is obviously out there. I think, if I get this wrong, they do not want local governments to be, burdensome, restrictive, right, on development processes. And my concern in this is, as it relates to what are they going to do, and I guess January, the state will be having some hearings. Should we be passing, as far as the authority going to the Cape Canaveral City Council, I think that absolutely complements and streamlines. But some of the other provisions that maybe would be worthy of you going through is what concerns me until the state makes a decision. And so originally I said, if this is something that we can ideally wait until we get a little bit more from the state, pass the Board of Adjustment, pass the idea of the City Council approving site plans, but when we go into some of those procedures, things around, that's where the time I would like to meet with the City Attorney, but maybe an overview, City Attorney, of the major changes would be helpful. And then if we want to continue, we'll go to public comment and come back, and I'm happy to, after we hear the public, go through them one by one. So with that, typically we try to do any technical questions before going to public. Is this council okay with the city attorney giving us an overview of the changes? City attorney?
Well, just with some comment from our director as well, if we could add that.
Whatever's, yes,
Thank you,
preferred. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to just give the reminder that this is just the first reading, and then any changes we can adopt and include in the second reading, which would be available in another month or however long until whenever this was approved. So I wanted to reiterate that. And then I also wanted to just point out that staff's support and shared support with the city manager and this council, as well as a lot of our residents, and enthusiasm around kind of having a 30-year lens of looking ahead at Cape Canaveral and wanting to be very transparent in the direction that we go with our development and future. And so I think bringing that stewardship cleaner in process and cleaner in authority and delegation is something that we're very excited to share. So,
thank you.
and, yeah.
You want me to give you a high overview of some of the provisions, or is that what you were requesting?
Yeah, I think that, outside, I mean, the council, sounds like, unless council have any issue on this first reading with us being the voting body on site plan approvals, previously it was P and Z. I think that's not a concern for me. It's certainly, I think, the reason you initiated.
The question I have is, the staff that's overseeing all of these elements of site plan, et cetera, that brings it to fruition ultimately to us, will those staff, those directorates provide enough information for us to make a cogent and educated decision on pieces of property that are about to be developed? You understand? Because I don't know that any of us here are experts on site development or building code, that type of thing. So that's my only concern is, are we going into this with blinders on?
And I have a question in regards to that, city attorney. So the process would be, it would still go through planning and zoning, and they would still recommend it to come to council, and then council would approve based on that. So it wouldn't be coming from staff to council and we have to figure it out. We will have a recommendation from P&Z.
It's good, yes. And I can go through generally the process. It's going to go, the applicant's going to have to submit a complete application meeting all the application requirements. That application, once it's complete, it's going to go to the city staff, and it's going to go to all of the staff members that are responsible for plans review, from both from the senior planner to the fire marshal, to the public works director, to the building official, the whole development review team, plans reviewers of the city. Staff will review, work with the applicant, then staff is going to put together an agenda and make a recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Board, and we'll go through public hearing. Then the Planning and Zoning Board is going to make a recommendation to the City Council. And at the end of the day, the council makes the final decision, but the council will have all of that work up in a complete application on which to make the decision. And you'll get, obviously, legal guidance. You'll get, guidance from the manager on all the process, on the application as well.
Okay, so it'll be fully vetted by the time it gets to us for a decision.
That's what's supposed to happen.
That sounds like it. Okay, thank you.
And don't worry, you won't have to read or interpret plans or building code yourself.
Now, I had another question. So on the sections that were added into, and I understand the things that are underlined are added, right?
Right.
So are these things cases where we already have this in our code, or are these big changes?
These are changes. Many of the changes are just simply clarifications. Now, while there may be additional, a lot of additional wording, and I can give you a real good example of it, they're just there to enumerate and provide guidance. For example, the city currently has a site plan requirement, and under the city code, site plan submittal is required for all development and redevelopment projects. Staff, well, there are, so it's like, what are they? Right now, there are exclusions for single-family and duplexes currently, but, okay, what are they? So, a lot of the language you see on page 2, right, enumerates, well, what are examples of development and redevelopment? So it explicitly kind of provides examples to help guide the staff and applicants. So that's one example where there may be a
That's
lot of
down.
language, but it's
It's down on line 31 for that, correct?
line 31 on page 2. Yeah.
Where it goes into
Exactly.
discussing for single-family house, single duplex building, which are subject to minor site change. So it's going in and defining those things that were open-ended before are a little vague. Is that correct?
Correct. But as you can see, there's an enumerated list. But again, currently the code is all development and redevelopment projects are required for site plan approval, except for, the single-family home and the duplexes, I believe. And those single-family home and duplexes still have to go through a review process, and then the staff, requires less information to review for that. And so then discussing it with staff, what are those items that they review for the single-family and duplexes that they require? We've enumerated those into the code under minor site plan review to try to clarify, well, when does the staff approve a site plan and when does it have to go through the public hearing process? We tried to provide clarity to that issue with the understanding the current code says all development and redevelopment except single family and the duplexes go to the formal site plan process. We were just trying to clarify it. My view, this is not more restrictive or burdensome. This is clarity for applicants and staff. So that's one example.
Okay, so I'm asking my questions here. Okay, so in any case, did we extend lot coverage to where it's okay to put more coverageable, coverage on the lot itself? No? Okay.
Not that I recall putting anything that addresses allowing more lot coverage.
Because I think those are the things that, for me, as a member of this council, it's important for me to know, as I'm looking at this, that we're not allowing people to build a bigger structure, add more to the lot as far as non-permeable surfaces, and that kind of thing. And that's what, when you start looking through where you're clarifying, and that makes good sense, it makes me ask myself, do I really need to sit down and read this word by word and compare it to what we have right now? Because I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
This does not address the lot coverage requirements in the zoning districts. Another clarification, not clarification, but what historically has been a problem. We modified the process for community appearance board and building height. Currently, the community appearance board, through an aesthetic review process, believe it or not, for decades, or a decade, or a little bit more than a decade, can review the aesthetics and then are authorized to approve buildings in excess of 45 feet in height. They have wrestled with, okay, well, we're just reviewing aesthetics. Well, what about site plan? Well, we got another silo for site plan. and then you go to the P and Z board who has to approve the site plan, and the developer has said, well, I already got my 65-foot height building from a community appearance board, and now you're saying, well, how does it fit? Okay, what are the impacts of going from 45 to 65 on a site? Right, so this proposed change with not changing the ability to go to 65 feet, what it says in the ordinance is that it now be done in conjunction with site plan approval, so when the site plan is submitted, the height request can be considered by the council in conjunction with it as a total package, rather than in a silo, and having just an aesthetic review board approving mass density of a building without the benefit of a site plan. So that's one process change to make concurrent review under the city council.
And we're just kind of working through it, and I think,
These are good questions, I mean.
yeah, I can't, I'm being real. This Cape View thing has just been draining. It's taken a lot of resources, and seeing that January 20th thing, there's a lot of changes in here, and I know we worked hard on it, and I'm thinking, gosh, can we take this up after January, February, upon reading, and I have not got in depth, and I respect this is first reading, but if we were to come back on the second reading, I'm not sure we'd be able to get all the things that we want through, basically to understand it. And so it's a big change. I question, like, trying to find, there's additional work, I think, on surveys, neighboring properties, right? Property boundary surveys. Can you talk through anything that would be additionally burdensome from the code? Because that's my main concern with Senate Bill 180. If Senate Bill 180 was 6 months out, okay, but it's right around the corner. We're within a month. And so we're going to go through and have these changes. There's a bunch of changes here. And so from the perspective of the state wanting developers, property owners to be able to build without encumbrances, and my questions are around, what would be, while it might provide clarity, does it come at the burden of more work than the old process? And I don't think council making the decisions was one of those. But when we ask for surveys, and then the discretion seems to be a bit vague around, like, the timing of it. Security systems, that section seems to be vague, and I heard the P and Z. Like, what is that?
Are you referring to the monitoring systems?
Yeah, I'm
And-
just kind of rattling off some general concerns, but yeah, what was Tim's? It was I'll give you the line. I think it 12 page 9 of 17, line 37.
Yeah, and or if
That's one of them.
that put in the hands of council the opportunity to require more ongoing monitoring of sensitive materials in situations where there may be a pollutant of sorts that may need ongoing monitoring. And I believe that they did address in P&Z, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, that the security systems were more just that wasn't related to kind of micromanaging alarms. It was just making sure that there was something in place altogether. And I thought that was part of just.
But that's a good point, and I'm agree. Like, doesn't it seems to be a bit vague. And I think that's a theme throughout some of this. I think specificity, clarity, if you were reading this, if the state is, is this more burdensome? Is this, that's an issue. And so the procedures in question, finality, like the deadlines, I was confused. If Sampson or city attorney can maybe give an example, like if an approval, a conditional approval is today under this policy, what is the date of final approval? And that's really where I spent my initial time, was the timing. When you follow the procedure, conditional approval is given, and I got to find where that was. But how do we determine a final date?
You may be referring to that Board of Adjustment ordinance, perhaps. I think we reconciled them. Like under the Board of Adjustment ordinance, if there's a conditional use or a variance that's approved, it may be based on conditions, but there's also the requirement that they have to pull a building permit within a certain period of time in order to effectuate the development permit decision. So there's a timeline there for the applicant to pull the building permit. I mean, was that what you were referring to? That's in the other ordinance.
No, right here. I'm looking. Okay, so page 11 of 17. Line 38, I guess, conditional approved plans. I guess this is the pre-development process. How is a approval, how would a project, just as far as dates, the procedure to get it approved, there's an appeal process, right? If there's an issue, I don't understand when the clocks start, and I can't seem to find. I thought that was it.
That's the current code.
Mm-hmm.
So you're referring to page 11, line 36. Right now, under the current code, it says the city manager or designee, right, who has authority on the regular site plan, subject to P&Z review, right?
Mm-hmm.
So proposing to change that to, if the city council elects to grant, and we put, to clarify, we put pre-development conditional approval of a site plan, subject to any conditions or contingencies. We clarified such as corrections to conditional approved plans, submittal of additional documents or information, and verification of the accuracy of studies and reports submitted with the application. What that means is if the city council makes a conditional approval of the site plan, the site plan is approved, but developer, you have to submit this additional information.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The applicant currently under the city code has 90 days from the date of that conditional approval to satisfy that condition. So the date, the 90 days is not being changed. There's just some language being added there to give examples of what those conditions or contingencies could be. They're not, it's a such as. And these are pre-development conditions, so we were clarifying pre-development conditions because you can't commence development on site plan approval until the site plan approval is final. So we were just clarifying that point by adding the pre-development condition.
But how do we, what's the process to make it final?
Site plan approval by the city council. But the city council sometimes can make the final site plan approval subject to conditions. Developer, we're gonna approve your site plan, but you need to do X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have 90 days to do X, Y, and Z. If they don't do X, Y, and Z in 90 days, right, they don't satisfy the conditions that the council has imposed, and the site plan doesn't become effective. It potentially could expire. And then they have to go through the process again. That's currently in the code. Conditional approval. Very common in development permit applications to impose conditions of approval. You never know what they are until you review the application and have public hearings and vet the application.
It is, if a site plan is approved, is there an appeal process?
Yes, there is. If this ordinance passes, the city council would make the final decision. Period, end of story, and from the city's perspective, and then the appeal would be in court.
So we approve a site plan final. How long does today, I think, there's a certain amount of time to appeal, 30 days, or what is it, a couple weeks? I guess, how long does anyone in the community, say a big development's happening, and then the council approves, I love that we're approving, that's very transparent. If somebody appeals, how much time do they have? And you're saying they appeal to the courts, not?
Circuit court.
So the way it was before is P&Z would make the final approval on the site plan, and if they would appeal it to us. Is that right? The city council, excuse me, I wasn't professional,
The
but.
P&Z approves it, and
Yes.
then the final decision is signed off at the city manager staff level. It's been the community development director, to make sure that, like, the recommendation of the planning and zoning board, the final approval comes from administration. After the
Today.
P&Z, today.
So if we approved under this new code, well, P&Z did not technically approve the site plan.
It would
The
ultimately.
city manager or the development director would sign off after. City manager's the designee.
Yeah.
Okay. And and then if somebody appealed that today without the changes, where would they go? To the city council? The city manager?
I don't want to get confused with the Board of Adjustment ordinance one is very, very clear. I think, for site plans, then I think the manager's decision would have to be appealed to the circuit court.
So today, the city council, if a site plan was signed off by the city manager and recommended approval by the P&Z board prior, and there's an appeal process and it goes to the court, you believe?
All final decisions that the city makes, whether it's the council or the manager on site plan approval, would be appealable to court. That's just.
It's not necessarily stated in
Yeah, so I think that, well, the council handled quasi judicial appeals to the Board of Adjustment and to the P and Z, right, prior? And I think if we, okay, to go straight to the courts, I mean, to me seems, yeah, I think exhausting administrative efforts and some efforts important, and identifying where that is spelled out in here. Councilmember Willis?
But wouldn't anything go to the courts that is a result of council's final decision? If somebody's appealing council's decision, it automatically would go to the courts because there's nobody else to go to.
You've exhausted your administrative approvals.
Right, so
And
it's,
that's what this ordinance, as well as the Board of Adjustment ordinance, is all intended to do. At the end of the day, the council will always make the final decision, and then the council's decision would be appealable to circuit court.
but it wouldn't necessarily have to be stated in this.
It's good to state it. In fact, one of the revisions was to put that in, was to add that language, because I'm reading that section that we were talking about on page 11, and that's the way the code currently reads. Following the decision by the manager or designee on each site plan application, the city sends the applicant the written notice of the action taken and the right to appellate review. And it's just period. And then the city shall additionally provide notice on the city's website of the decision on each site plan review pursuant to this article and the right of interested parties to appeal the same. Current code is silent, which means the manager's made the final, or designee's made the final decision, and the appeal goes to court.
So now the only real difference is council is making the final decision versus staff and the city manager.
Right.
Result is the same if they wanted to appeal it in either case where they go to court.
They go to court. But, yes, we're adding that, we're changing manager to council, and the same process. You appeal the council's decision, if this were to pass, to the circuit court.
And if there's a minor site plan approval under this revision, that's the city manager, or the director, right? What's the appeal process for that? Straight to court as well?
Yes.
Okay, and that's exhausting administratively? I mean, wouldn't that go to council?
I think that we're talking about minor site plan, the single-family homes, and the duplexes. You have the administrative staff approving it without planning and zoning board review under the current code.
So any additional things is where I think I'm trying to look at, and thank you for going through that and making sense. I think there's extra, there's mention of the waste disposal plan requirement. We talk about streamlining. There's a requirement, survey data, and I think public right-of-ways, drainage ditches. That's beyond, I think, what we have. I think vagueness of like any additional relevant info, which is deemed appropriate by the city. I mean, these are called streamlining and clarity, and I'm not clear. Why can't we just be a little bit more specific? To me, it gives the city, I think, a lot of discretion, and I don't know how the state of Florida is going to see that as streamlining or clarifying. And so those provisions are way separate than the big point of this ordinance, which I think we all agree on, and that's why I was trying to, in fairness to our city attorney, this is the first time he's hearing this from me. And so I try to avoid that, and I'm excited about anything that we can do. I do see some streamlining improvements, and I think that's going to be good, but, yeah.
I mean, this was directed by council, and it is a critical ordinance. One of you and go over this. At the end of the day, I interpreted prior direction, and everybody at staff interpreted the prior direction as this being a legislative priority of the utmost importance. As the community development director indicated, we certainly can make changes between first and second reading. I would ask the council to consider approving this on first reading. I'll sit down with each one of you. At the end of the day, if there's some of this language is a little too much for you, we can take it out. I think the critical thing, just to keep our eyes on the ball of getting the council in the driver's seat on the final approval. And streamlining the process so developers can submit consolidated applications and do a one-stop shop rather than doing the circuit around all of our boards and the staff. That, I thought that was the major priority. I think your staff, and I know they're new, but they would tell you, and I'm gonna say it, and you don't have to say anything, they wanna be out of the site plan approval business. They agree with you that it should be a decision made by this body. I would ask you to maybe consider passing it on first reading, and if you're not ready at second reading, we certainly can defer it, but, we'll put all the public notices out there and do the business impact statement, and you guys, if you all wanna defer it, when, in January, so be it, but, I would try to keep this thing moving. We have some momentum going, and I understand you have concerns, and address them, I'm sure, by the time you take final action.
Yeah, I think, again, what you just said about the council taking it over, the benefits, and the silos of information, all that. But I think at the end of the day, when I read this, while it's simplified, this consolidated package seems to be more burdensome than, while they had to go maybe to different boards and move around. When we look at, one way to look at burdensome is, and I have no idea, but does it cost more under the old ordinance compared to the new ordinance to get a site plan approved? And when we start asking for more information that requires professional opinions like surveyors and vague, things like security plans, I mean, the council, the city staff determines, I think, clarifying that. But I can't see how it's going to not be more costly. It might save a little bit of time and steps, but if we can be more specific on some of these things, I think that would help. And your efforts are appreciated, and I understand and also appreciate, the liability of approving site plans. It's going to need to, Councilmember Jay King's point, we can't do it without our P&Z board still involved in the process. Neither one of us could do it without our city staff. And so I do like that we're going to be working together. So the goal is, you're recommending if we pass it tonight, you think it's best that we pass it tonight so that we can have second and final reading in February? Is that the goal? The next? And then if we need more time in February, you said, you know, we can extend, and my thought was, that was where I started. I'd rather just come at it and extend the first one, but obviously I'm one.
Mayor,
Yes,
can we get additional input first from Tamsin?
Yeah,
Yes.
I wanted to clarify. I think that some of the additional criteria that you're seeing was typically included by P and Z. So that's the expansion, if I'm not mistaken, correct, Anthony? Or city attorney, excuse me. Yeah.
but on all the properties around? I mean, isn't it elevations or, and I know we've talked about this. Yeah, I didn't want to be,
And Mr. Mayor, we're 15 till 10.
yeah, and
And
this,
my
I'm not ready.
agenda item has deadline of tomorrow. So,
And that was my number 2 biggest issue, was
Yeah.
that one. They're both discussion items,
and
so
if
important.
we have one person that doesn't want to stay, I won't get that through there. So-
Mayor, just another thought for you. Would it be helpful if, to better explain this ordinance, if we provided a visual, such as like a flow chart that starts the process from beginning to end with brief explanation of what happens at those steps and who would be responsible for them in advance or during the next reading? If you pass the first reading, we can provide additional documentation to help articulate this in the form of visual aids. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I think, in fairness to you, our city staff, you and your support, the team and our city attorney, is I'm not communicating clearly to you. And so I understand that, and it's because I'm not ready.
Okay.
And so, I think it would, yes, but I also want to be careful to say, you know, say go down a trail that's not going to be maybe necessary. And so I'm taking responsibility for this confusion. It just didn't get the time it deserved out of me, and it's a big change. So, but if it's important to extend with the ability, or important to pass tonight with the ability to extend in February, I don't see the difference. That means second reading would happen in March, and so first reading in February. Either way, I've said enough, whatever this council wants to do in respect to the time. So, thank you.
Well, I just have minor concerns about any subjective statements in here, like potentially significant adverse odors and et cetera, things. Those are things where it's up to interpretation. What is significant? Who determines that?
Right. That's a great example.
But I think to the city manager's point, I think it would be somewhat beneficial to be able to see 2 flow charts, how it's done now and how it would be done. And you can see where steps are removed, consolidated, the silos are not as spread. We're looking at.
Well, such a visual can be used to help educate the public when they enter into the process as well.
Well, yeah, it could be.
It will serve more than one purpose.
Yeah.
That would be, absolutely.
That's just part of the concerns that I'm hearing tonight. I mean, that's the easy part. Flow of where the application goes today and where it's gonna go if this ordinance passes, that's the easy part. Right, so, but, I'm hearing little points about, is this more burdensome, okay, or restricted? And those are little aspects of application requirements that may appear to the eye are being added, but when you look at the whole entire process, it's not really being added. For example, we're adding language. Not only is it currently, it says location and type of existing trees 4 inches in diameter or larger. That's currently in the code. And then we added language, and a table itemizing all specimen trees indicating those to be retained, removed, relocated, or proposed to be removed, subject to city council approval. That's a code requirement in the city's tree ordinance that is being restated here, so the site plan applicant knows that they have to give that information as part of the site plan application. And it's now streamlining the process where today, if you want to remove a specimen tree, that's a separate application that goes to the city council separately. This ordinance would allow the site plan to be considered with all of the tree information, including all the specimen tree information, and the specimen tree removal would be considered as part of a site plan approval, as a total package, rather than the city council just looking at an isolated situation. Well, can you remove that specimen tree? What's being built there? Well, if this passes, council's gonna see the whole site plan, it's gonna see where the specimen trees are, we'll have the landscape plan, and we'll be able to make a comprehensive decision. So that's not, it looks like an addition, but it's not really anything more than what's required today. It's just restated here. The site plan application. Those little nitpicking things, and I use nitpicking, those little minutia points, I'd be happy to go through the ordinance line by line, so to explain my reasoning and why it was put in there to try to make this clearer for an applicant, for the staff, to process these development permits.
Well, we've in the past had to deal with tree ordinances and not even picked up the other aspect of how that applied, and not even knew, really.
Yeah, that's a great example of the words you use, consolidate. That's a literal, taking two silos to putting it in one. And so, yep, I think that's a,
Wants to do.
okay. Yeah. I mean, if it's done by March, that would be. Yeah, for me, if we pass a first reading tonight, I can't predict the future, but I think it's gonna, with this meeting coming up in January and all the resources and the things that this community, it's gonna come out, I think we're gonna all be stretched, and the discussion item that we haven't got to with you. And so I would be shocked if we had second reading in February. Shocked might be an exaggeration, but I'd be surprised. And because I think it's going to, just trying to protect as much of my time as possible to dedicate. And this is important. I just don't know if it's the highest priority today in the next 90 days. Then it can be done in 90 days. We're actually talking about in 60 days as opposed to 90. So, all right. Well, we are 9:52. I really can't tell you how much I appreciate our city staff on this. Again, there's my preparation was a concern at a minimum on this, and thank you. I hope you understand. I'm not in a position to even give good feedback. That example our city attorney just shared is excellent, and thank you for that. Well, council, what do we want to do?
Well, I think we could pass it on this first reading and then collect all of our edits that we feel we need and clarifications from the Mr. City Attorney. I think we could get that between now and February 1st, get some time scheduled with him.
Yeah, if we pass it, are you saying, I don't think it'd be worth going through all the changes tonight? Just pass it, knowing they're coming, because that's
Yeah,
gonna take
yeah,
a lot of
yes.
time going through.
Well, it
Even the
give-
few that we went through to clarify.
I think it would give us the opportunity to itemize the things that we have concerns over and bring a better explanation of those concerns with a little more time to reflect on it, but knowing that some are coming.
Mayor Pro Tem, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, with all that's going on with the school, I mean, I'm good with passing it tonight, but I'm going to absolutely have questions on this. So I'm definitely going to need to sit down with the city attorney. You know, I'm hearing the different questions that have been discussed and items on this, but I'm sitting here looking at one, and I see what is done. And it's page 13 of 17, line 29 and on, and actually 27 and on, talking about building heights. The standard will be 4 stories or 45 feet. Maybe, you know, you may have a request up to 65 feet if approved in conjunction with the site plan approval process. And the setbacks are met within the EOOD. Now, that's what they're saying. And prior, it was literally, if you look down at line 39 on this, increased building heights above 65 feet may be considered pursuant to a planned development approved by City Council on a case-by-case basis. Building above 65 feet shall provide additional step backs 14 feet for each 4-story interval or a fraction thereof along all sides facing a public roadway. So that we had in the code was literally, you know, saying, oh, you want more than 65 feet? Well, you know, and so this clearly cleans that up, where it's not discussing above 65 feet, which we've got 45 feet. Yeah, 45 is what is allowed, but you can ask for 65. Now, then it's council. It's on council. And if I keep approving 65, I promise you, Dr. Thomas is not going to vote for me next time, will you? And that's the way it should be. Yes, Roberts. I'm sorry. Dr. Roberts is late. Dr. Roberts won't vote for me, and that's the way it should be, where council is held accountable for that. Because that way, if that is not happening, you know, so I see the things as I look through this, but I haven't gotten in so much detail to feel super comfortable about it. But time is, you know, as long as we're able to get with Anthony and be able to spend that time with him to do this, I don't have a problem with passing it and then making my notes on it.
So let's pass it with no comments, and then we'll take advantage of that time is that council member?
If you do that, you want to bring it back in February?
Yeah, we can.
I would love February, but I mean.
Yeah, I don't think we should bring it back in January, because we don't have enough time to make sure for that second
Holidays
reading
and Christmas, yeah.
that I'm telling you.
Okay, well, let's do it. If that's, Councilmember Shoryak, I saw you nodding, Councilmember Shaking? That's good with y'all? All right. Just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 08-2025 on first reading.
Second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Shoryak for ordinance 08-2025. I felt it right there. So we got a second.
You may want to extend the meeting.
Let's do that.
10 o'clock bewitching hour. For our new council members, the city code has a 10 o'clock bewitching hour.
I'd recommend
And
extending
it's
for
called the Cinderella rule.
time longer than maybe we think, so we don't have to do it a couple times, so.
I'll make a motion, we extend to 10:30.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Shoryak to extend to 10:30. Any further discussion? My discussion is hopefully we don't got to take all that, but we'll do what we need. Thank you for that motion. And second, City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Mayor King, Councilmember King, I do
4.
apologise. Councilmember Shoryak
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion to extend to 10:30 passes 5-0. We have a motion and from Councilmember Willis and a second. And before proceeding with any discussion, this is a public hearing item. If anyone would like to speak on this item, and certainly before the council takes any action, we ask that you please come forward. And hi, Dr. Roberts. You know the routine. Thank you so much for hanging out with us at this hour.
Thank you for addressing this so much. Want to compliment you guys, so excited. You brought up the process flow mapping of before and after. That will help you all and help the public too. And then understanding the benefits of the new approach, the streamlining of it. And also, I'm so grateful to you for me bringing up the height issue, because that it's 45 feet. That's what the residents want. And it's the exception to go to 65 feet, actually, with justification. And this raises a question to me of special exceptions. North Atlantic is a great example of what was supposed to be a streetscape walkable with shops and everything along it to help with the port and everything. And we abandoned that whole concept with special exceptions by planning and zoning. So I just want to mention that aspect of your review, the details. How do we handle special exception request? Because we can special exception ourselves to death. And we get away from the master planning for the city, the vision for the city. I think the reason we're 90% developed right now is because, I'm so glad you all are bringing this up, but because we haven't had the check by council of these major site developments. It's just been so sad, because the community would get blindsided. Even now, we don't know what's on the drawing board. That's the reason I think time-wise, it would really be reassuring to me that you all are proceeding on this, in the near future. Because I think the public right now, the residents are very clueless on what the P&Z board is looking at now. Maybe they've been put on hold for a while, but, some are saying more hotels are being planned for, and there's no way for us to know. So thank you very much for addressing this. Love the process mapping, process flow, before, after. Help you all and help us. Thank you so much. And the height restriction. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other further comments? Are you waving in support, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I'm teasing. Appreciate you being here as well. Seeing no one else, we'll go ahead and close public participation. City Clerk, did the motion, it was
There is a motion,
pretty
but it's
basic.
not been called. There's no vote on that motion yet.
I'm sorry.
Motion that was made by, to go to the second reading
Yes.
by Councilmember Willis and seconded by Councilmember Shoryak. When will the second reading be? I don't think it was stated.
I think we, yeah.
February meeting? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that I have that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And everything else is okay? Clear? I think we're good.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and call the roll, please.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, ordinance 2025 passes 5-0 on first reading. Alrighty, which takes us to the next item here, which is a public hearing item. City attorney, as I do just need to take a restroom break, if that's okay. I'm going to voluntarily step out while you're reading this. I do have much more familiarity with this. Okay. Obviously, if any council member chooses to, but I don't want to slow us down, so. Mayor Pro Tem. My absence, if I don't think it's needed.
Ordinance number 09-2025, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, reassigning the duties of the Board of Adjustment to the City Council, abolishing the Board of Adjustment, adopting conforming amendments, adopting minor technical amendments related to appealing staff interpretations to council under Chapter 110, and expiration of variance and special exception decisions, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading of this ordinance, also a public hearing item. So this was also directed by the City Council. First and foremost, this ordinance reassigns the duties and functions of the Board of Adjustment to the City Council. And what are those duties? Of course, the Board of Adjustment handles special exceptions and variance application and administrative appeals of code interpretations by staff under Chapter 110, which is the city's land development regulations. Those duties and functions would be reassigned to the City Council. The Planning and Zoning Board would continue to play its part in making recommendations regarding variances and special exceptions. That's not changing. In addition, in reviewing this, Chapter 110-8, Section 110-87 regarding interpretation of this chapter. Chapter 110 is all about planning and zoning. Currently, the code says that the building official would be the final decision, interpretive decision for staff. Obviously, that's an old code provision. Those decisions are typically made by a community development director who is responsible for the planning aspects. So the building official's responsibilities are under the Florida Building Code. So we're cleaning that up so the person or the director who has the better, more honed-in experience on these issues would be the one to make the final interpretation, not the building official. So that was a cleanup on that section. In addition, there's some expirations on special exceptions and variances, and I believe we've made a little modification to those. Trying to find the section. Under 110-32, expirations of variances or special exceptions. That's that rule we discussed in the prior ordinance. Once an approval is made by the board, in this case it would be the City Council, there's a provision that says that decision expires 12 months after the effective date of such approval unless the building permit is obtained. We went ahead and we had to clean up some of that language regarding that. What we're trying to achieve here is actually more clear and beneficial to the applicant. Once the building permit is received, if the special exception or variance doesn't terminate, then once the building permit is received, then the variance or special exception is deemed active and valid as long as the building permit remains valid, to marry the two development permits to the same requirement. That was a clarification and addition that we did to this ordinance. Other than that, it's what you asked for, is that's the council taking over these responsibilities. Florida law no longer requires a Board of Adjustment. That's old Board of Adjustment's an old relic of pre-home rule days when the legislature actually codified a process for all municipalities, so council's discretion to eliminate it.
Thank you. Council, this is a public hearing item. If we have any technical questions, we can ask now, go to the public, come back, discuss, debate, and then make a motion. So are there any questions for city attorney or city manager or director? This is much more straightforward. Just wherever you see Board of Adjustment, it's clearly adding city council, and there's a few, I think, clarifying.
Minor word, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm. So if there's no questions at this time, we'll go ahead and go to the public. Mayor Pro Tem, want to check with you as well?
No, I'm in full support of this. I think that it's the right place for the decision-making process to be. Once again, at this point with our percentage of our city being built out, but also streamlining the process so that council takes responsibility for these things, for any things that would have been coming before the adjustment board. So I'm in full support. I don't see anything that I have any kind of questions on at this time. This one is, as Council Member Willis said it, this one's more straightforward.
Yeah, and as Community and Economic Development Director Tamsin said, this is the same as last. It's first of two readings, so we will have
Correct.
another chance if something does pop out. But knowing that, there's no questions, I see. Public hearing item, and you are ready. Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great improvement. I just wanted to celebrate your all's persuasion on this. Thank you so much.
If anyone else intends to speak, please come forward. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation on this hearing item. This also addresses my first comment on it. What I like is, one of the concerns in the past and sort of a brain bender is when you read through the code and it talks about this Board of Adjustment, who probably meets less than any other board. If you go back through the minutes and the historical records, and that board, was it 7? It could be up to 7 people. Very rare to see 7 members in that board. More often than not, a quorum of 3. And so just think about that difference. It's rare to not see 5 up here. It's an addition of, it was lonely before you were swearing in tonight, but we have 5. And I think that in itself is a kind of an indirect benefit for the other obvious reasons is we're elected. And that board is appointed by elected officials. So thank you for putting this together, council. Does anyone have a concern? If not, we can move.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 092025.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Shoryak.
That's Jackson.
What did I say?
Kellum.
Did I?
It's a lot. It's late
It's a long night.
Mickey, if you're watching at home, I know you're giggling. So, yes, that's great. Thank you for the clarity, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Any further discussion? Apologize for that. City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. All right. Ordinance 09-2025 passes 5-0 on first reading. Which brings us to items for discussion. We've already taken 11.1 up. We moved it. We are now at 11.2, Blue Origin. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson submitted this. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So Blue Origin has applied to discharge up to nearly 500,000 gallons of processed and unprocessed water every day. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection has said that for public hearings to occur, requests need to be made. The draft permit number FL0A007-002-IW7A submitted by Blue Origin to the FDEP for discharge of 0.049 million gallons per day, or 500,000 gallons of processed and non-processed industrial wastewater to the Indian River Lagoon. For the sake of transparency, a public hearing needs to be held so that the public can provide input at the very least. The Blue Origin wastewater discharge permit application will be approved by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection unless sufficient public comments warrant further review. The public has until, and this says November 30th, but the cutoff date for requesting is actually tomorrow, to submit comments by mail or request a public meeting. Any interested person may submit written comments on Florida Department of Environmental Protection's proposed permitting decision or submit a written request for a public meeting, and I've given the information on that. Now, the county commission voted to request a public meetings in regards to this discharge, and I've seen citizens of Brevard County discussing this, and they haven't been aware that as a local municipality or the county commission, we don't have any jurisdiction over Florida Department of Environmental Protection. But what we can do is request these public meetings so that our citizens' voices are heard and there's transparency in the process. So I'm in support of the county commission's letter that they sent requesting these meetings, and I would like to ask council for us to send a letter as well. And I'm going to let the city attorney discuss that, because he and our city manager have received a copy of the Brevard County letter, and we can really piggyback on that. But the letter is due to be, it needs to be mailed by tomorrow, and I think that we need to support our county commission, since none of us have any jurisdiction over this, and we need our citizens' voices to be heard about this issue. My greatest hopes is that they'll use the brilliant minds that we have in the space industry, out at the Space Center, to innovate with something that's maybe more palatable than dumping wastewater into the estuaries.
Well, thank you for, city attorney, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So, as Mayor Pro Tem indicated, the deadline to submit the request for public hearing is either tomorrow or the day after. But first, I want to thank the county attorney's office, especially the county attorney. I spoke to the county attorney about this a couple weeks ago, and he advised me that the county staff was kind of looking at this and preparing a response. I asked him to share that response when it was completed, and sure enough, County Attorney Richardson provided me a copy of the county's letter that they sent to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. At this point, if the council is inclined to support the county, you just need to direct that I prepare the letter, which would be in support of the county's letter, which I think is nicely done. The letter, in this particular case, it has to be in a certain legal format to submit to FDEP for them to even consider it. So I would draft a letter saying that the city council supports the county's request for a public hearing. And I think that would be more than suffice, and the city of Cape Canaveral would then be on record requesting the public hearing.
You would say that the city of Cape Canaveral supports the Brevard County Commission's request? So,
Yes.
Yeah.
For all the reasons that they stated in their letter why, and they attached a transcript of the county, regular meeting of the county commission on December 2nd, and it has all the speaker input as well.
That was really clever and smart, because I think
the
Morris,
public.
the county attorney, I watched that meeting, and he said, each one of you individually can do it, but it needs to be in that format.
Yeah.
And then I think they decided, well, we'll just transcribe it, take that. And I think this, the county is the big governing authority here, Cape Canaveral, certainly not to that level. However, the fact that FDEP, with no authority, does not have to accept the public hearing, this would only strengthen our county, and I support it. I think it's a very good idea.
I'm all in favor. We do the same thing that we just did with Cape View. Let's go after it.
Councilmember Shoriak?
I agree with Councilmember Willis.
Just
I agree as well. I echo what Councilman Willis just said. The letter that was sent out under the city's letterhead to I think it was the Department of, the FAA, I think it was, about the Starship and our concerns about that. I think that's very effective. So carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, for and city staff working. It sounds like we all support.
Mayor, just one final point. The letter would have your signature, so you'll have to be available. And the chair of the commission signed the county's letter. So I think it would be appropriate for your signature
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Okay. I'll get it done, and
We can have it printed and available here in the clerk's office, if that would be convenient for you.
I will be ready.
Okay.
2 blocks down the road, if not here. And so, yeah, if the AM or PM, I'll be here at short notice. I'll be at the house tomorrow. So
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do we need a motion on this one? Okay. So I'll make a motion that we send a letter in support of the letter that the county sent to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in order to hopefully have approval for public meetings.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion?
Public input on that, too.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. So the decision to send the letter as described and with the motion, we need public input on that decision to send the letter, I think? So if anyone would like to speak, please come forward. Mike? It does help. And I don't know if we mirror the county with one, they had several public comments, but yes, please.
Anyway, I think it's a wonderful idea, great initiative, and I just applaud the city for being an example of municipal support to the county, particularly on wonderful issues like this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer?
Good evening. I'm speaking as a public resident.
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer from Merritt Island. Just 2 real quick points on this. The first one is my source is that the deadline is actually today, not tomorrow, December 16th. The second point I have is one of the things that the county is recommending, and I believe FDEP is also recommending, is that a local site is proposed for the public hearing. So if we were to offer a site, or if the county offers a site, it will help encourage FDEP to host a hearing locally, and they'd be more amenable to it. Those are my only two comments.
Thank you. As a concerned resident, I love that, and I get it. I think two things jump to mind is the rule, if it is today, is it postmarked? Because they talked about old snail mail, right? So if it's a postmark rule, we miss that.
It's 30 days from the date of publication, and I'm looking at the publication date of November 18th.
And the venue, to Mr. Schaefer's point, I think the county, Cleverly, for those reasons, chose, wasn't it Cocoa Campus, Brevard Community College? They chose the venue, which,
Let me see.
yeah, I think at the end of the meeting,
Does it say that?
we would want to, and our city attorney might know, did Morris, or the county attorney, I think they chose Cocoa, did I say Brevard Community College? Eastern Florida State College. Didn't they
30 days of
choose
public
that as the venue? The county, did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch the venue.
I saw that, I ran into,
Oh,
I think, I'm pretty sure that happened. If not,
November the 18th.
to that point, we will follow the county's lead on venue. Obviously, we potentially could offer a place, but I think
Well, Mayor, I read what the city attorney has, and yes, it's 30 days from date of publication being the 18th. If you count, today is the 28th day. If the 18th is the first day, and that's the date of publication, today is exactly 4 weeks from that day. It's day 28. So tomorrow's day 29, and the 18th on Thursday is day 30. But tomorrow would be prudent, just counting the math.
day ahead. I mean, it actually seems like it's a little better.
It was.
Are we missing anything? Like, was your math? Because I know that those days, did you catch anything different, or?
No, because I saw both, and I think it was contradictory in the source I had. So because I saw the 30 days, and I also saw December 16th as the cutoff date in the same
There
source.
was some, yeah, I remember counting some confusion. Okay, so if venue is mentioned, I guess the contents of the letter, if the county in fact did say Eastern Florida State Cocoa, we're okay with that, and we would, I guess, include that in our letter as well. And it would be a postmark, because it's not going to get to Tallahassee.
It's addressed to the Central District Office in Orlando.
Oh. So I can't imagine. Yeah, I think that's great. And is it electronic? It's all paper mail?
You can do both.
Nice.
Postmark. Yeah. They're going.
We'll do both, email and US
I
mail.
love it. Yeah, I think that only helps. Okay.
Every bit of mail from Cape Canaveral goes to Orlando anyway, because that's where the postmark reader and all of that is. So if you're mailing it from here to your home, it goes to Orlando. There's more travel miles between the post office and their mail than I have anymore. I don't have any frequent flyer miles like that anymore.
Was there any more public participation? I want to make sure I properly close that out this late hour. Seeing none, thank you both for your comments. We'll go ahead and close public participation. Council, I think we've got a clear here. Any further discussion? Did we have a motion on this?
Yes.
Motion's done.
Yes.
We went to the public. City attorney, are we good to do the roll call? Thank you. City clerk?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. All right, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you again. that was a great way to end it, right? That's the end of the road of this agenda.
And thank you, council, for extending for that. I appreciate it.
2 minutes for reports, if anybody wants to go.
I just wanted to pass out the Space Coast League of Cities legislative priorities that were approved at the last meeting, and also the 2026 Florida League of Cities legislative platform that was adopted last Friday at the legislative committee meeting. So,
very nice. Take one, pass it down. And get, these are just one page. Okay.
yeah, we have front, back.
Thank you. You got enough that way? I'll
Yeah,
pass the
yeah.
rest this way. One of each, I guess. Councilmember Shay King, any reports? It'd be great if you had a long list.
No, no, none at this time. Mayor, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you and
Okay.
welcome. We're
Thank you.
excited.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is a nice crowd to hang around with. Thank you.
I agree.
Getting a little thin now, but it's not.
Councilmember Shoriat?
No, thanks, sir.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nope, I am not going to do reports tonight.
I just want to say that January 20th meeting with the school board and our meeting has me a little concerned. So maybe we look at the reserve date or work with the city clerk and city manager to see if there's any possibility to move that. It might be a time change, and that was my only statement in reports.
You're concerned about those?
Sir, our reserve date is February 4th.
Well, that raises another issue. The way our code and charter is worded, I think we have to meet every month.
So we would have to go January 7th, I believe is the,
Oof.
I've got it right here.
Oh, that's, okay. So the reserve date for the January meeting was the 7th. When we have a chance to look at our calendars, assuming I've not even stated this to city manager in our meeting yesterday, it's the first time I'm saying it, even really to myself, and I think we'll just need to think about that. And you were saying the issue is a conflict with the school board meeting that same exact day on
Well,
this
you're
big
meeting the
issue?
same day they are, but you're discussing having a workshop in advance of that meeting. So there's no, I mean, you're meeting as a council on the 20th, they're meeting as a board on the 20th, but you want to meet with them in advance of their board so you can discuss your matters with them per paragraph 2.1 of the ILA. So you just have to pick a day before the 20th. And we can send someone to attend the school board meeting, one of our staff members, while we're meeting, if you like, to see what they decide, or we can just wait until they're done.
Could we not send our COC representative?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just thinking all the above.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is until we know what occurs at the workshop, flipping the city council meeting is almost premature in my opinion.
And we're past our deadline. Okay, we'll have to circle back unless, I don't think we want to extend. Thank you, those are good points, and let's adjourn or extend. We got to do something here, so. Do we want to adjourn? Okay.